I'll wait till.
We're ready anytime you are, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I thought maybe I'd wait till D got up here. But, yeah.
I don't know, take a bite of candy bar. She's talking.
Is she? Okay. So I call this meeting to order at 6:01 PM. This is a regular meeting for Tuesday, August 6, 2024. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
I will. Tim Hale, are you on the phone?
Here.
Stephanie Nowers. Here. Dee McKee. Yep. Robert Yent.
Here.
Bill Gamble will not be present. Dimitri Fonoff.
Present.
Ron Bernier.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Is there anything the members would like to pull from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing and hearing nothing, then the agenda is approved as presented. If you'll all stand, please, and it's Deputy Mayor Ron Bernier, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next item on our agenda is minutes from preceding meetings. There is minutes from a special meeting on the 21st of May. There is minutes from a regular meeting on the 21st. There is a special meeting minutes on the 4th of June. There's regular meeting minutes on the 4th of June. There is special meeting minutes on the 18th of June. And there is regular minutes on the 18th of June also. Are there any changes in the minutes as they were presented to you? Hearing nothing, then the minutes have been approved as presented. The next item we have is reports and correspondent agency reports. First one is report from cities. I don't see any of the three cities already. We have a report from the school district. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll keep this short because I know you have a very busy night tonight. There's lots of people in the audience I think want to speak to the assembly. I just want to give you a quick update on the start of school. It's an exciting time of year for us. Our brand new hired teachers started today. The rest of our teachers start this week. Kids start next Thursday. I always describe this time of year just like watching the Coho report for the Little Sioux. Is the run coming in early or is it big? Right now with our kids, we're ahead of schedule compared to where we've been over the last few years. So is it either an early run or a big run? We won't know for sure until sometime next week, but it's a positive sign that we have so many kids who've registered so early. And then I'll just end with this last part. I do appreciate the Borough Assembly considering our charter schools. As you know, they're some of the leading schools in the entire state. They have numerous facility issues, and I know that you'll hear from lots of people who are going to be able to articulate their needs and desires for their facilities more than I'm going to be able to tonight. I just wanted to express my thanks. I am double booked, so I'll be able to stay for a few minutes and then I'll sneak out. But there's other people here from the district office if any questions come up. So thank you for your time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, sir. Do we have a report from the state, Todd? Thank you for always being here.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly. Todd Smolden from the Governor's Office. It's been actually a while since I have been here, and I think the last time I was here, I made a very bold prediction. It was before the governor signed the budget, and what I said is that some people would be happy and some people would be unhappy. So
That
It
proved
came-
to be true,
It
did
came true, Madam
Yeah,
Mayor.
okay.
Yes. So no, but in all seriousness, I haven't been here. I know you have a very busy schedule, but I wanted to be here tonight in case any assembly members had any questions. I also just want to let you know that I have a number of different meetings scheduled to kind of go over some of the governor's education agenda items that he will be putting forward during the next session. And so I have community meetings with the chambers as well as the Rotaries, but I wanted to extend an invitation just to any groups, and there are a lot of people here who represent groups in the chambers. So if anybody wants to have a meeting about education or any other topic, I'm happy to meet with groups of people on that on behalf of the governor. So, if anybody has any questions, I'll take them. If not, I will. You're going to have a busy night. So,
Assembly, questions to Todd?
Question.
Oh, Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
Sorry, thanks. The Alaska Reading Program, it's passed, of course, it's working, and it's wonderful. Why did they leave out the $1 million for the extra time that teachers would be spent? Because I know how that goes. Do they work for free or what?
so through the mayor, Assemblymember McKee, I believe you're asking about some funds that were specifically tied to reading. I think that when you look at the one-time BSA increase, as well as additional transportation dollars, all districts are receiving a significant amount of additional funding. And so with kind of the fiscal restraints that exist in our state budget, that money still exists within districts. It's just in a different form. And so that will be up to districts to prioritize how they spend their individual funds. Clearly, the Mat-Su School District, which started what we know as the READS Act before the READS Act was passed, puts a high priority on literacy. And so I am confident that the Mat-Su School District has their priorities in order.
Any other assembly comments? Questions? No? Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
We do have a presentation from the Mat-Su Convention and Visitors Bureau. Yes, Casey?
Mayor, Manager, and the Assembly, thank you for the opportunity to give you an update on how the summer's been going. I'll talk a little bit about that, a little bit about what's next for our organization, and then I'm going to spend most of the time talking about a pretty big project that I hope impacts everybody in this room.
Okay.
So, I think the last time I was here, I was looking at numbers and data and predicting a pretty strong summer. So just today, we got short-term rental information back for the month of July, and it was up 22% over last year. And that's across the board in bookings, available listings, and revenue. That's actually higher than what we were predicting, and I think that may be skewed a little bit because of the closure in Denali around July 4th. They lost 2 weeks where people had reservations and they couldn't get there. So I think that may be a little bit inflated because of that, but it's still a very strong sign. And just in short-term rentals, the booking pace looking forward in August and September is between 20 and 25% up for the rest of the summer. So we're having a really good summer, and I think that's going to continue. Looking at spending, visitor spending for the last quarter, the average visitor spent $194 in the Mat-Su Borough, and that represents 23% of total spending in restaurants and 24% in retail. So visitor dollars are very important to our economy. We've been digging really deep into where they're coming from. This allows us to really hone our marketing and be more efficient and meet the visitors who are going to be here at a greater pace. And there's really no surprise. It was the Pacific Northwest, Phoenix, the LA San Diego market has really been picking up, and then Dallas, and then like a combination of Salt Lake, Atlanta, and New York. Just an example of how we can change on the fly to really see these trends is we've always done a travel show in New York where we pass out our visitor guides, all the member information about things to do. But seeing kind of a decline in interest from New York and an increase in San Diego, we're going to switch that to be in San Diego this year because it makes more sense. There's more visitors coming, they're spending more money. and it makes our marketing go a little bit farther. So looking forward to next quarter, what we're going to be doing with an organization. TBEX is a conference that's coming to Anchorage, and this is a great opportunity for the Valley. It's the Travel and Bloggers Exchange. So these are 200 of the top travel bloggers from around the country, and they'll be here for a week long. We'll be taking appointments with up to 50 of them and highlighting the Mat-Su Valley. We're also coordinating 2 Mat-Su trips where they'll actually come out and experience our product and then write about it. In September, I'll be attending Alaska Media Roadshow, and I'll be meeting with 25 of the top travel writers from around the country. I don't know if you remember when I proudly brought in the cover of Condé Nast last December, but that's what comes out of that kind of a convention. In addition, we'll be meeting with 40 tour operators at the American Bus Association. So each one of those operators represents potentially hundreds of clients. So it's an effective way of getting in front of them and indirectly their clients as well. And then in the fall, we'll begin our in-state campaign because we recognize the importance that Alaskans have on our marketing. So the project that I'm excited about is destination branding and placemaking. We know that we have some challenges with outside of the state with our name, with our identity. So we've embarked on this project and contracted with a company called Civic Brand. So when they were up, I'll just give you an example. The first question that they asked me is, where do you live? Apologies, Mayor. I said Wasilla. And he said, so, but not the valley? And I said, no, I live in the valley. He said, well, what about the Mat-Su Valley? I said, yeah. He goes, what about the Mat-Su Borough? I said, yeah. He goes, well, then where are you from? I don't know. That's why I'm talking to you. So that's what the project is really trying to do. How do we bring together different communities and regions from around the borough, the size of West Virginia, to come together for one cohesive brand and one cohesive identity? I don't have the answers. That's why we have a contractor, but it is an enormous project. The goal is to develop, like I said, a cohesive visual identity and develop what we represent as a destination and what we can talk to visitors about. We want to build on our strengths, and we also want to understand the visitor perception of our region. So how do you do this? It's a ton of research, to be honest. We're currently doing a survey, so if anybody wants to go to wearematsu.com, that's the project website. We want to get the perceptions. We want to know what people think of the borough as a whole. And so we're doing that within the residents, and then we're also doing a second one for Alaskans outside of the borough and a third one for visitors. And we want to bring all that data together to get the most unified picture of what we represent as a destination in our clients' eyes. In addition to that, the contractor will be doing interviews, focus groups, and meetings, and 2 site visits, the second of which is next week. There are people in this room that have been volunteered for focus groups that don't quite know it yet, but look for an email. And I want to stress that even for our board of directors, I think they had a hard time understanding exactly what this project is. And it's not a logo, and it's not just a tagline, although that'll be a part of it. Really, it's building a brand architecture, destination messaging, and communication strategies so that we can more effectively identify who we are to potential visitors and get them more interested in visiting us. Again, I want to stress too, this goes beyond our organization. This is really a community effort to how do we brand everybody together, and we're really hoping to have some community buy-in. We're looking to launch this probably middle of winter. That's the tentative timeline. I'm hoping it doesn't last into spring, but that's not the ending, that's the beginning. Then you have to carry that brand forward. All of this brings more visitor attention to the Mat-Su Borough and allows us to not only deliver more to our visitors, but also to effectively and efficiently. So the CEO from Civic Brand is actually going to be at our annual meeting on November 8th. So I invite you guys to come hear him talk. He's going to talk about the project timeline and the importance of it. And then also just again to take that survey at wearematsu.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Madam Clerk.
To the assembly and members of the audience, if you couldn't tell, we're half a room tonight because state primary voting began on the other side of the wall. To make room for more public members, if I could ask borough staff to go ahead and go into the break room. The speakers are on in there so you guys can hear the meeting. It would be greatly appreciated to make sure we have enough room for the public. Thank you.
Oh,
I just had a comment to the tourism presentation, if Casey's still here. I just wanted to thank you for coming down and giving us these updates tourism's a big part of our economy, and just kind of hearing how it's going and where it's coming from and the details is super helpful for us. And I wish you well on trying to find a brand that encompasses all of the valley.
Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
And I'd just like to make a comment too. Tourism was my major in college, and you're saying all the right stuff. And finally, we have direction. I mean, it's like we really are going somewhere specific. Good for you. Yeah.
Assemblyperson
That was
Veneer.
discovermatsu.com. We are Matsu.
Any other assembly comments or anything? Okay. Well, and I think now we have enough room for any additional people. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So the next item on our agenda is the Joint Assembly School Board Committee on School Issues, and I understand they did meet. I don't know who wants to give the update. Dee has her light on.
Oh.
Did you want to do the, you don't want to do the update? Oh, okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, no problem. It was a great meeting. Everyone's excited. School's starting. We're trending ahead of, I think, the last couple of years' numbers for kids getting signed up on time. Yeah, I think everyone's exciting. We discussed a lot of budgetary meetings in the future and the timing of those. That way we can get some things, make sure we're all on the same page prior to budget season. That way we don't have any last minute amendments or questions. So I think it was a great meeting, pretty straightforward. So.
Okay. Stephanie, do you have a comment?
I would just add, at the meeting, might be of interest to parents. So the school district said they're all set on drivers, so we're in good shape for that. And then there's a pilot program that's starting up at Palmer High School and Palmer Middle School in Sioux Valley, where they will remove the cell phones for the day, or they'll put them in magnetically sealed pouches. So people might have heard about that across the country, and we're going to give it a try here and see how it goes. And there may be some squawking. We all decided there might be some squawking, but there might be some more focus and more conversation between kids. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on that committee? Oh, yeah, sure, go ahead. sir.
And then just for the assembly, Madam Mayor, so Matsu Central, we provided a construction update on that. It's progressing well, still targeting substantial completion in December, which will allow the district to figure out how they want to do their phase transition into that school. The road that accompanies that, called Catherine Drive, is constructed, paved, and striped, and hopefully we will. I'm looking, but they're in another room now. Hopefully, we'll have that road open for when school starts, because that could help alleviate some traffic for Pioneer Peak Elementary School. So that is also good, and just for something for the assembly to understand. Tomorrow's weekly post will include a tour schedule. So if you want to tour the school as an assembly member, the dates, you can just show up on one of those dates. So those dates will be in tomorrow's weekly post. If you're interested in going to the school, actually walking through it, and taking a look at how things are progressing, you're welcome to do that.
Any other, okay. The next item is public relations reports. Do we have any public relations reports?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank Matsu Borough, Chugach State Park, and Department of Transportation for a big multi-agency effort to clean up the squatter camp at mile 7 on the Glen Highway, the old Glen Highway. It's a big deal, something that the community there has been asking for a while. And in particular, I'd like to thank Mr. Corwin from DNR at Chugach State Park, and our very own Mr. Ortiz here at the borough. So thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anything else? No? Yes, Assembly.
Just along those lines, there was also a cleanup on the Glen Highway just across from the fairgrounds, a property folks might not have seen. And that was also thanks to Mr. Ortiz and Ms. Johnson in code compliance, working with the property owner to clean up something that's been there for a long time. And it's great to see. And they partnered with Adult Teen Challenge to provide the cleanup at very low cost. So it's exciting. I just wanted to say thank you to those folks who made that happen.
Good. Anything further? Okay. Next item is manager's report. Mr. Brown, you have a report for
I
us,
do,
sir?
Madam Mayor. Thank you. This evening, I have 4 updates. I'll begin with the Jonesville Public Use easement. You will see in IM 24-144 that we are reaching the point of coming to an agreement for the work needed to advance a shooting range in the Jonesville Public Use area. We still have a long way to go, but this will allow the borough to issue an RFP for study and design to advance a public shooting range near Slipper Lake in the Jonesville PUA. This is progress.
Yes.
We've been working on this for a little while. I think we're on our 3rd DNR commissioner, not that we're keeping count. Next, we will move this design effort forward while pursuing additional grant opportunities to construct the first phase. At this point, I would imagine construction might occur in 2026. We might make progress next summer, but we need additional funds, and DNR must create regulations for the PUA now that the plan is being finalized. So we're staying on it. We're not there yet, but it's progress, and I didn't want you to miss that in the IM. Land management's doing a great job keeping pressure on DNR, and they are coming around. Next, I want to talk about healthcare costs quickly, just a quick update. Over the past month, we have had 2 meetings with the Mat-Su Regional Medical Center CEO. We have 2 meetings scheduled the next couple of weeks with the Mat-Su Regional Medical Center staff and their managed care team to advance the conversation about costs and contract structure for the borough's healthcare plan. On a related note, a copy of recent quotes from our healthcare broker is in your red folder. Our broker sought quotes from 3 fully funded plan providers to compare costs for our current self-insured plan to what a fully funded plan would cost us. Bottom line, one company elected not to quote, stating that their rates were not competitive with the current plan, and the other 2 company quotes were 13% and 23% higher than current plan cost. So questions from employees about why we're not fully funded and what that might look like. So we went with our broker and asked them to explore that. So that is in your red folders if you're interested in that. And if you have questions, let me know. Third, you have the upcoming decision points up there. So tonight there are 2 ordinances for public hearing for a fall ballot question to authorize the borough to sell bonds for education and transportation capital improvements. I'm providing a graphic to illustrate 5 decision points over the next several months that may have impacts on next year's budget. I wanted to provide this for context as you begin making these decisions. The graphic shows the timeline and 5 items that are currently known. And these are basically new items that are not in the current budget. So obviously in August, we're going to be talking education and transportation. In October, the Big Lake Lions Center report will be complete, and we'll bring that back to the assembly for a decision there. Number 4, in March timeframe, we will be talking transit. We've talked about that conversion from rural to urban and what that could look like in terms of non-federal match. And then I just included a hypothetical annual budget increase, and I'm not picking on schools, Katie, wherever she went, but it was just easy to pick a small line item and say, if you had a 3% increase, what kind of a mill rate impact would that have? And the reason I'm doing that is the right side of the graphic shows the cumulative mill rate impact if all of these individual items are approved with the annual cost as shown. This is simply to illustrate the overall impact so we don't piecemeal you and we find ourselves with sticker shock in the May 2025 timeframe as we bring a budget forward that have these new expenditures included or revenues to support the expenditures there. And as we begin that discussion around the FY26 budget. Bottom line, the overall mill increase could be nearly 1 mil. And so I just want to provide that context for you as we have these discussions so we understand what we're working toward. And I want to be clear because I don't want somebody to grab this and say the manager said we can't do it. This isn't a for or against. I'm simply providing the context. And in the end, we have the debt capacity. We have the capacity to take on additional debt. I think it's more of a question of political will when it comes to raising taxes to support those new expenditures. And please keep in mind, if you'll recall, we got an upgrade to our bond rating not long ago. And one of the comments that the bond rating agency made was, if you take on additional debt, you need to raise the revenues to support that debt, or they would consider a bond rating decrease. So we just want to keep that in mind. I want to provide that as we get out of the gate before a single decision's made. So I'm not, weighing in somewhere in the middle and folks are like, you're for or against this. I just want you to have that perspective. So that's it on that topic. That graphic is in your red folder for you to take away, and I think we have a question or comment.
Yeah.
I just don't want to leave, leave the evening with anybody maybe being confused, so I'd just like to ask, in regard to the school bond debt, we have to, we're signing the loan documents, we have to put on there what it would be if not one child attended that school. But when their children are in the school and the BSA is going to it, and then we collect the revenue, it could lead to a substantially lower amount than this, correct? I mean, this is a worst case as if no students participated in the program.
Yeah,
If nobody attended the school.
Yeah, through the mayor, I won't say it's a worst case, because this is as drafted, not as amended, and there are some amendments on the table.
That's fair.
But generally speaking, yes, I think that this is the worst case in the sense of we put the full bonding amount forward. This does not include the deduction for charter schools that are participating in the payback.
And I just wanted to put that out there because the way that,
That's
well,
right.
we'll discuss it more later, but the way I have it structured, I believe that it won't affect the mill rate at all, but we can, I just didn't want to put that out into the market, so.
And that's actually what that small wording on the left there is that's the disclaimer or caveat about it being a projection and that the charter schools are intended to participate.
Yeah.
So yes, and that's where I think it will be less, but it's still going to be more than what we have today. And so as we go through this, my intent is to take this graphic and update it, just to provide that to you as we go along and hit these decision points. So you kind of see where we are, because what I would hate to do is put a budget in front of you in the April timeframe and everybody go, what happened? That
Understood.
probably wouldn't be good for anyone,
Thank
especially me.
Thank you.
All right, so, and then lastly, as we advance the due diligence on the Big Lake Lions Center, we would like to offer the assembly the opportunity to tour the facility and grounds. So if you would like to schedule a visit, go out to the Lions Club, because we're going to give you a report and provide all of that. But if you would like to go out and put boots on the ground and see it firsthand, please contact Ms. Morrissey, and she will get that done for you and facilitate a tour so that you can see it firsthand. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Any other questions of the manager's report? Okay. Were you going to mention that in your manager daily, weekly about West Susitna meeting?
You can do that, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, so what the mayor's discussing is we've gotten some recent information about the West Susitna Access Road project. Believe the update is in tomorrow's weekly post. There's a website and a public comment period that the Department of Transportation has opened. The alignment is different than what we have seen in the past, where the road connected to a terminus in the Point McKenzie area at Ayrshire Road. The current alignment DOT is depicting the terminus is at the end of the West Susitna Parkway, which connects into Big Lake. So we think there might be some public comments about that. And so we're making that known that there's a public meeting in Anchorage next week and a public meeting at the Wasilla Public Library on Thursday of next week. That information can be found at westsuaccess.com, and that will be in tomorrow's weekly post. And we're just making sure the assembly gets some of that information. To be clear, if you start hearing from constituents or people have comments or questions for you, we have invited the project team to come to the next assembly meeting on August 20th and provide a presentation to you so that you can engage and ask questions. And we might have a resolution for you to consider that I'm working on right now about what your thoughts are with regards to that project. So if you choose to weigh in during the public comment period, you can go on the record as a body.
Okay, thank you.
And then
And if,
Mr. Fano.
okay, and if you are going to be attending, please let the clerk know so we will have, and we will know whether we need to advertise that. Go ahead, ma'am.
I would actually need to know that tonight, Madam Mayor,
Okay.
because the ads were due today to publish Friday.
Okay,
And if it's on 8/15, I'd need to know if assembly members are going to attend the West Susitna meeting in Wasilla on the 15th of August tonight.
I will be attending. I don't know. Ron will be attending. And Stephanie, so that's three of us. So at least three, I guess, possibly. Okay, all right, thank you. And Assembly President Fanoff, you had some questions or comments,
I just
sir?
want to know if Mr. Brown can update. There was a road, a major one that has 4 roads on a certain meridian extension, I guess, of it. There's a lot of schools starting. Want to know, I know it's not our project, but do you have any update just to what to expect and how that's gonna flow, so that just we can inform the public on that one?
Yeah, so thank you. Through the mayor to Mr. Fawnoff. And so Mr. Fawnoff called earlier today, and it's a great point. Schools start next week. Seward Meridian Parkway has a number of schools on it or near it that construction project will impact traffic. So I reached out to DOT and asked for them to put an update together for us by the end of this week that we can share with the public on our end through Facebook, and also share with the school district so they can communicate it to those schools and share with parents. So what I asked for was a general update on the construction project, when they will shut down, and any specific impacts to certain schools. And so I'm expecting they will respond to that, hopefully by the end of the week, and we can get something out. But I have reached out to DOT based on your request.
I don't know, maybe Katie left again, I don't, because I was just wondering if DOT had reached out to the schools, and have you guys been talking? If you have any updates for us, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. For the record, Katie Gardner, Deputy Superintendent for the Mat-Su School District. Our facilities department has been in very close communication both with DOT and the contractor who's working on the project. And so I can't speak to any specific updates as Mr. Fawnoff requested tonight, but we have been working with them. We know the status of the road. We know school starts next week and are exploring ways to try to help make that as convenient for families as possible, knowing that in the short term, at the very start of the school year, it might be a little more difficult than usual. But I think for most families and for us, we're excited that the project is starting, and hopefully next year we'll have a really smooth way to facilitate the drop-off at Teeland, Career Tech, and Fronteras.
Okay, thank you. Might be a little bit rough getting there, right? Have to keep in mind what a year from now it will look like.
Yeah, I
Assembly
actually
Person
drove that road today, and it's noticeably how much wider. And once it opens, I think it's gonna be a big improvement, obviously for the safety of pedestrians and all that. But it just, as a one car alone, took a little bit guidance and things like that. So I assume when there's school buses and hundreds of vehicles, it's gonna be a lot more difficult. So I'm probably gonna ask residents to be very patient and schools to be lenient if somebody's tardy and things like that, because that is gonna be difficult. And I have 5 kids that go to Frontiers as well, so it is gonna be a challenging one. So, but patience, and I think we'll get through. But from what I talked to the principal at the school, she said she's like communicated with contractors. They're trying to have it, I guess, in a rough draft for the school when school starts, and they're actually hoping to pave it by the before the winter. So I'm encouraged to know that if they were actually able to do that, so it'll be a great impact. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Katie. Mr. Attorney, do you have a report, sir?
Just briefly, Assemblymember Hale actually had followed up with me a couple months ago regarding the compound property out at the Butte. The Assembly recalls last year it was dedicated for a public purpose. However, there was several $100,000 of IRS liens on it. We were able to finally wade through the IRS code, which I can tell you is no fun. And we did submit a formal request to have those liens waived. So we're waiting to hear back. I told Assemblymember Hale I would report back to everybody on what was going on, and that's the status, and we'll report back as soon as we hear. When I hire new lawyers, I always ask them, one of our interview questions is, what 2 areas of law do you like the least that you don't want to touch? And it's always divorces and IRS code. So unfortunately, we had to get into it. But that's it.
Anybody have any questions for the attorney? Okay, Madam Clerk.
The clerk's report with the meeting schedule, the election dates, and quasi-judicial report is in your red folders, along with this Saturday's meeting agenda that starts at 9 a.m. over in Wasilla at Cottonwood Public Safety Building on Seward Meridian.
Any questions to the Borough Clerk? Okay, seeing none. The next items on our agenda are citizens and other correspondence. Are there any comments on the citizens and other correspondence? Okay, hearing none, they are presented. Madam Clerk.
IM 24-144, informing the Assembly of the Manager entering into a memorandum of agreement with the Alaska State Department of Natural Resources, Division of Mining, Land, and Water for due diligence and feasibility study to determine a suitable location for the development of a public shooting range in the Jonesville Public Use Area. IM 24-146, informing the Assembly of the Manager's signature on the letter of agreement between the borough and the school district for the Federal Emergency Management Agency grant funded seismically, activated natural gas shutoff valves project.
Are there any comments on the IMs? Okay, hearing none, they are presented. We do not have any persons to be heard. The next item is public hearing. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 24053, an ordinance repealing MSB 1748 mobile home park ordinance in its entirety. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay. Now, here comes staff report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the
evening.
Assembly. Alex Strawn, Planning and Land Use Director for the Matsu Borough. This is a very short and simple ordinance, but the implications aren't necessarily that simple. What it does is it was requested by Assembly-member Yunt, and it repeals MSB 17.48 in its entirety. What 17.48 is a conditional use permit process for mobile home parks that was adopted in 1983. Based on the research I've conducted, it appears that there is a handful, like probably a half dozen mobile home parks that were grandfathered, and then in the 80s and maybe early 90s were around a dozen conditional use permits that were processed and issued during that time. And then around 2008 was the multifamily development permit that was adopted by the Assembly, which is an administrative permit, which in my opinion, based on the definitions of what a dwelling unit is, that a mobile home would also count as a dwelling unit. So if somebody were to apply for a conditional use permit for a mobile home park right now, they'd have to go through that process as well as meet the development standards of a multifamily development permit. So this ordinance would get rid of 17.48, and so what you would have if you wanted to do a mobile home park would be to get a multifamily development permit, which was recently discovered, well, at least brought to our attention that there's a provision within the multifamily development code that limits the amount of substandard dwellings that can be put onto an individual parcel. And a mobile home park, because it does not have a foundation, would be considered a substandard dwelling. So there's a threshold there, a maximum amount that you can have on a piece of property, which is 1 per 40,000 square feet, or 2 total, regardless of the lot size. So if this ordinance passes, essentially it would prohibit mobile home parks from occurring within the borough if it had over 2 mobile homes, and if they were not on a foundation. So that would be what is the result of this ordinance passing today.
Okay, all righty, thank you. Question, yes, Deputy Mayor, questions for staff?
Yeah, 17.48, there's no reason to discuss that, in my opinion, because I'm hoping it goes away. So what I would like to ask you is a couple specific questions in regard to 17.73, most notably 040. Item 2, regardless of location, substandard dwellings that are being offered for compensation in the form of money, services, or barter are subject to the following. 1, on a 40,000 square foot lot, or 2, like you mentioned, regardless of the size of the lot, correct?
That is correct.
And then slide on back to the definitions, 17.73.250. A substandard dwelling means a structure used for human habitation, including a structure mounted on skids or wheels, which lacks one or more of the following: footings, pilings, or permanent foundations. So in your opinion, if we repeal the mobile home ordinance tonight, there will no longer be a path forward for mobile home parks, is that correct? under the current form of the multifamily housing permit, without any future changes to it, it would be substantially more difficult, actually virtually impossible, to do a mobile home. Right?
Under 17.73, you would not be able to have a mobile home park if it had more than 2 mobile homes, as long as they were not on a foundation. The question of whether or not they could apply for a variance would be an interesting one, but short of that, they would not be able to do it. It's a bright line rule that it's a density ceiling.
So as it sits right now, there's a path forward, actually a pretty easy one, 17.48. It's not a difficult thing to adhere to. So as it sits today, there's a path forward for a mobile home park. But if we repeal this tonight, there won't be without a variance.
Correct.
Which isn't going to happen.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions of staff? Stephanie, Assemblyperson Hours, go ahead.
Thank you, through the mayor. So just to clarify, you could do a mobile home park under the multifamily permit if you put the mobile homes on a foundation. Then you could go through the multifamily permit.
If this were to pass tonight, this ordinance were to pass tonight, then yes, you could, they'd essentially be at that point like prefabricated homes or, but yeah, they'd no longer be mobile, they'd be on a foundation, they would not be substandard, and you just would have to meet all the requirements of the multifamily development permit.
And under the current permit, if you want to do a mobile home park, you have to apply for a permit, and there is a requirement for a hearing in front of the planning commission, is that?
That's correct. So 17.48 would apply. It would be a conditional use permit that would be decided by the planning commission. There'd be advertised in the newspaper and notification that went out, and people would have a chance to be heard.
And if we repeal this, then there is no hearing. It reverts to potentially an administrative permit where there is no hearing for the surrounding property owners.
Yeah, so anything that falls under multifamily development permit under 17.73 does not have a requirement for a public hearing. Interestingly, there is a little provision that says if you have any substandard dwellings, it does require notification under borough law. But you could only have potentially up to 2 depending on your lot size.
Okay. And then last question, I know affordable housing has been an issue in the borough for a while. And I was noticing that when you look at the multifamily permit, that there's a section on affordable housing that's been repealed. My question is, when the multifamily permit was originally adopted in 2008, my recollection is that it allowed dwellings up to 6 on a property with no permit, and that that caused some problems in the neighborhood, especially concern about water quality and septics, and that as a result of that, effort to solve affordable housing, causing other problems, that was then reined back, and the permit applies to 2 or more dwellings. But I just wanted to check my recollection that we've tried to solve the affordable housing problem and seen collateral effects from our efforts to do that, and had to then pull that back a little bit.
To Assemblymember Nowers, through the mayor.
Mhm.
So the threshold at which a multifamily development permit is required has been changed, I think, a couple of times. Your recollection sounds right. And it was in 2012 when this provision about substandard dwellings came into being as well. So yes, right now it's actually it's a threshold based on how large your lot size is. So essentially you can have 1 dwelling unit per 40,000 square feet. So yeah, so as your lot size gets bigger, you can have more dwelling units without a permit.
Okay, thank you. I was just remembering the fourplexes and the issues that came up with that, and just refreshing my memory on trying to deal with affordable housing. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, my intention in doing this tonight is to make sure there'll never be another mobile home park. So I want to touch on this definition one more time. It was asked if we repeal this tonight and somebody tries to do a mobile home park, But then there was the discussion of foundations. That's not a mobile home. That's no longer a specifically a substandard dwelling. So they wouldn't have had to get they wouldn't have had to get the mobile home permit to begin with, correct?
Okay, so
So if today, or if we repeal this and somebody comes in and says, I want to put houses on foundations, right? They're not mobile homes because it meets the definition then. It doesn't meet the definition, actually. It has a footing, piling, or permanent foundation. That was never going to fall under the mobile home ordinance anyways. It would fall under the multifamily housing ordinance, correct?
So the question is, would a mobile home on a foundation
That's not
be
mobile.
considered a mobile home
Correct.
under 1748?
Correct.
Okay, can I?
No, under 1773.
Oh, under 17.73, if it was on a foundation, it'd just be considered a dwelling unit, not a substandard dwelling. And
Right.
so all the provisions of 1773 would apply: parking, landscaping, drainage, all the
Correct.
different things.
But if it's not on a permanent foundation, then you can only have two, even if you're on 100 acres, correct? 100-acre lot, you can only have two of them.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Are there questions or comments?
Then one last comment. If you put a mobile home on a foundation, people might still look at it and think it's a mobile home, even if it doesn't meet the definition under the Borough Code.
Deputy Mayor Ron, go ahead.
So I've had experience.
Madam Mayor, we seem to be getting into discussion on the topic and not questions to staff. Can we contain this to questions and not discussion until after the public hearing? Thank you.
Well, sir, I'm going to allow this to go on because I think there's been a lot of miscommunication to the public regarding what this ordinance does. And the public are going to be welcome to come and testify. But when they testify and say they are not in favor of this or they are in favor of this, that they realize what they're saying, because there's been a lot of misinformation sent out. And so I'm going to allow it, sir. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I've had some unfortunate experiences with mobile homes. Had the opportunity to buy a piece of property with a mobile home that got drug out from Anchorage. They drywalled it, the thing leaked. It was just an eyesore. It was ugly, and I don't want to see that in our neighborhoods, and I'm sure nobody actually does here. Does this legislation make that less likely to happen or more likely to happen? Bottom line.
So because of this provision in the multifamily development code, if this passes, there will likely not be any new mobile home parks that pop up in the borough that are legally constructed unless they're put on foundations. Now, your concerns about the eyesore and things like that would still happen if they were on a foundation. But the fact of the matter is we don't have residential building permits for anything less than a fourplex in the borough. So you can basically live in a wet paper box if you want to, without having to get any inspections or anything like that. But if you're having multifamily, if you're having several units on one property, then these provisions do kick in. And unless they're on a foundation, mobile homes would not be allowed if it's over 2 per lot.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, yes, Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
So this looks like a damned if you do and damned if you don't kind of a thing, because like you're saying, wet paper boxes, as long as they're all on foundations, you could have 50 on them. I mean, I think it needs more than a 5-minute discussion tonight. I think this really needs some attention. I really do. I'm not liking what I hear, but on either side of it. Just saying.
Go ahead if you want to say.
So the comment about the wet paper box, that's if you're building a single family residential home. You do not need a permit with the borough. And that's the beginning and end of it. You can build it however you want, and it can be as ugly as you want. It's when you get into multifamily that we start having standards.
So As I said earlier, I just want to be sure that the public that's going to testify, that they understand when they come up and say, yes, they want to support this ordinance, or they don't want to support this ordinance, that what they're saying is what they want, okay? So that's why. My question, I guess, to you is, if a mobile home is put on a foundation on a piece of land, does it become a manufactured home then and not a mobile home?
So is that in terms of a multifamily development permit?
Well, I mean, whatever.
Yeah. So we don't regulate manufactured homes differently than we do any other.
Okay.
home. Yeah. So it wouldn't matter whether it's
What?
what it's considered in that case.
Okay, okay, all right, okay. So any, Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
So Alex, in your professional opinion, which I greatly respect, isn't it better to have eyes on at least on this kind of a thing than just like y'all come?
Go ahead, sir.
That's my question.
Yeah.
Really.
So the question, I mean, are you asking if we should regulate mobile home parks or not? Or if we should allow a process, or I guess I need,
Answer to both those questions is yeah. All right, someone's looking at it. Otherwise, you can just throw up that wet paper box and who cares?
Yeah.
So keeping the process in place at least allows somebody to look at it and, yeah.
yeah. So since 1993, we have not received any applications for mobile home parks under 17.48. It just hasn't happened. Whether that's market forces or whether that's because the restrictions that are in place, I do not know the answer to that.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I guess philosophically, if you're asking a philosophical question, I think it's important for government to maintain a balance between, if you overregulate, then the cost of housing is going to go up, and if you underregulate, you're going to have unsafe and shoddy development. So I think it's important to come up with policies that create a balance between those two different things. So I don't know if that answered your question or not. but-
It sort of does, but if you had your druthers on this thing, would you rather say, look at it, say, geez Louise, this thing is full of holes anyway, in any way you go? Would you favor looking, I mean, to vote on this tonight is pretty scary for me. So would you rather, is there any possibility that if you looked at this thing longer, you'd say, geez Louise, we need to do something?
So I think if this ordinance passes, not much will change.
Yeah.
Because it's likely market forces that are causing it to, mobile home parks to not exist right now. So right now, mobile home parks are not being built. If this passes tonight, mobile home parks will still not be built. If market forces changes and mobile home parks are all of a sudden profitable again, they would not be allowed to be developed if this ordinance passes.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, so you're ready to go to, okay. And then we'll wrap it up and go to a public hearing. I see some people nodding out there that it's much more clear, I think, than when you walked in here tonight. So I thank you for your indulgence. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry. I'd like to get some clarification on a wet paper box. 'Cause- No, I'm serious. It matters. It matters, right? So it matters to Ms. McKee, it matters to me, right? So if it's 2 units or less of wet paper boxes, is there anything the Matsu Borough can do about it as it is? Because we already know the answer, but the multifamily housing permit kicks in at a 3rd unit, correct?
So the answer to that is depends on the lot size. Okay, so if you have a 43,000 square foot lot, you could do 2 units. So
Correct.
as it gets bigger, it changes. So as long as you stay under that threshold, we have a requirement for a driveway permit. We have setback requirements. We do have some rules in place, but there's no requirement to get a permit to make sure there's some sort of standard to be built.
Correct. Thank you. So no permit already, no standard for it. So again, today there's a path forward to develop a mobile home park. And you don't have to use the multifamily housing permit. You just use the mobile home park ordinance today, right?
Today, you'd have to get both.
Well, okay, but you go with the more stringent one. Okay. So, but if that goes away, then you're only left with one option, correct? Which would be the multifamily housing permit, which does not allow, due to the definition, does not allow a mobile home park. So it's going to make it more difficult, which is my intention.
That is
Thank
correct.
you.
Assemblyperson Fonoff, did you have a comment
Yeah,
or
I-
a question?
I'm actually has a lot of questions to ask. I'm getting educated, but I guess to Ms. McKee's point, it actually makes it almost impossible for mobile homes parks to exist if we vote yes today. So that's my conclusion. But I wanted to know how we've seen. I have not seen recently, and I've been in the somewhat in construction for the past 15 years. I haven't seen much of just even on a single family, not like mobile home park. In general, they're appearing, and I don't know if there's somebody actually manufacturing them specifically for residential use, as it is more common in other states. Like you said, market is just currently. I don't think it's catering right now. Here, I don't even. Is there anybody builds them here that you know of?
So unless, so we have no way of knowing because there's no permit requirement. So it could be that people are plopping mobile homes on their 1 acre lot, a single mobile home, and they're living in that. And, but we would have no way of knowing that except for through when our assessors go out there and determine what type of structure it is. So I do not know if people are using mobile homes as their single family residence.
I haven't personally seen much of the new ones coming in, and I actually personally with some of the equipment have had to destroy so that people are then able to build like a legitimate house on the same property, and that happened over and over. Specifically in Willowa subdivision, I've participated in some of those projects, and it's interesting to see that kind of disappearing into becoming a very attractive, good location. Smaller starting home subdivision. So I think that's good. So I just don't see the market is dictating for that. And mobile homes were never really efficient with an energy cost. And I think people are definitely considering the fact now when they're building something new so that it's efficient. And how knowing how they are built, they're not very efficient. So I think people are much rather invest in it. So I don't see us to think of old school mentality and keeping something that doesn't benefit. As a matter of fact, by eliminating, making it pretty much impossible. So I think you've answered a lot of questions today, and I appreciate your education us on that.
Okay, I'm going to go
Madam
ahead and
Mayor?
open the public hearing, and then we can, I just want to be sure, because this discussion has been for the audience. It's not, the assembly will have a chance to discuss after the public hearing is over. But I just
Madam
want to
Mayor,
be
may I
sure.
ask a question real quick?
Sure, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the mayor to Director Strawn. So under 1773, the multifamily permit, could someone put 20 trailer homes on 10 acres if they were on a foundation without a public hearing?
That is indeed the case. The multifamily development permit does not require any notification or public hearing.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and thank you, audience, for your indulgence. Hopefully this was informative to you and not belaboring. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 24-053. And we do have a sign-up sheet, and even if you didn't sign up, there will be an opportunity for you to speak. And we'll also go for the people online. I guess I can see you, Caleb, so I will see you, and you have 2 people online. Okay. Rod?
Good evening, Madam Mayor. My name's Rod Hansen. I am with the North Lakes Community Council. And, I thought it was clear coming in here. I've listened, got confused, and then actually the last question, I think, brought clarity back to it for me. So the North Lakes Community Council strongly objects to this ordinance, which would repeal 1748, the mobile home park ordinance. And the reasons for that, and we're in full agreement with your planning commission, who has unanimously recommended failure of this ordinance. The reasons for our position on this are that the existing code provides an opportunity for public hearing with the Planning Commission for proposed mobile home parks, whether they're on foundations or not. If there's a bunch of mobile homes or pre-manufactured homes coming in and they're going to be side by side and they're going to go into a neighborhood, there should be an opportunity for people in that area to step forward and engage in a public dialogue with the Planning Commission and protect property rights, protect property values. Removing the opportunity for public input is just inconsistent with sound government policy. The fact that the ordinance is even under consideration, we think, without a proactive attempt of reaching out to community councils ahead of time for some dialogue on this, we think is also a problem. And such a significant change like this is also inconsistent with sound government policy. If you take a look at what is stated in the Borough Code relative to community councils, it talks about a municipal responsibility. The municipal responsibilities to submit proposals. I won't read the whole paragraph verbatim, but the manager shall give community councils an opportunity to participate in formulating, reviewing, commenting on proposals which could have a significant impact in their area. The mayor, assembly, and appropriate administrative head shall determine if the impact or effect of the proposal is sufficient for community council involvement, and the opportunity for participation shall be afforded to councils in the initial stages of planning, as well as in subsequent stages of proposal development. A change such as this is something that I believe we should have been talking about. We should have reached out to community councils, engaged in dialogue, had some public input as you try to shape your codes. I get that the current code may not, may present some barriers for someone wanting to do a development, again, whether they're on foundations or not. But there are provisions that are important to us. The opportunity for public input, the visual barriers. So we do support repeal of the amendment. I'm sorry, let me talk. We object to the ordinance that would appeal or repeal 1748.
Okay. Patty? Yeah, Patty, he turned it off, so if you'll turn it on, please. There you go.
Very good. My name is Patty Fisher. I am in the Meadow Lakes Community Council, but I'm speaking personally myself this evening. And I'm speaking in opposition to this ordinance. The Planning Commission, when they heard it, made two very succinct comments, and that they opposed the loss of public notice and the ability for the public, a public hearing to be conducted. They also felt that mobile homes presented a unique risk to public safety based on the fact associated with fire entrapments and higher crime rates. After listening to the back and forth on all of this, I'm actually more confused than I was, because seems to me that there is a conflict in the existing ordinances, and it really ought to be just pulled totally and reconsidered. But that leaves me with one very critical comment of my own, and that is the right of the public to comment on a mobile home park that is being built next to them. The removal of that right is wrong, and I strongly oppose that. So I urge you to reject this ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, DJ McBride?
I am DJ McBride. I did find the back and forth with the questions quite edifying. However, I'm still against the ordinance, and for the same reason that the previous people in front of me stated. The public needs to have a say in what's going on in their neighborhoods. Not just your boards, not just your community councils, the residents really deserve to have the opportunity to address anything that's happening in their neighborhoods, especially something like a mobile home park, permanent foundations or otherwise. Thank you very much.
Brandon, pardon? Is there a Brandon?
You're good. He's good.
Okay, okay. Okay, Mary Penshaw? Okay. Mark? Sullard?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly. I too want to speak in opposition to this proposal. Mainly, you know, on its face, it's just removing a CUP or conditional use permit process for mobile home parks. And based on what we heard earlier, there's a lot of confusion on how this should go forward. But the big issue for me is simply the loss of the public's ability to be involved in the process. So for that reason, well, I think, number one, I think I would oppose this ordinance. And then as Assemblymember McKee mentioned, maybe there needs to be some more discussion, but I would urge you to look at what the Planning Commission suggested. At the end, they said, why don't you have staff try to meld a few things together and come up with a better proposal that accommodates the concerns that we have? And I would recommend that you do that. Market forces may not be such that mobile home parks have been built since '93, but there's things like tiny homes. I got nothing against tiny homes. They often don't have foundations. We just need a voice in the process, because every time you put a development like that in, you've got traffic impacts and potential water and sewer, et cetera, bike and pedestrian traffic impacts. So we just need to have a public voice in the process. And I'm concerned with this is not the first time there's been an attempt to remove the public's voice from the process. So I would recommend this thing get repealed and follow the Planning Commission's advice. Have staff go back and meld a few things, streamline what you need to streamline, and go forward from there. Thank you.
So is there anyone in the audience that would like to testify on this ordinance? We do have two people online. Go ahead, the first person online.
Hi, my name is Camden Yaley. I am the president of the Meadow Lakes Community Council, and I am speaking on behalf of the membership today. This is a letter that we wrote to the Planning Commission, and our comments still apply, even in light of the clarification. The Meadow Lakes Community Council membership opposes the ordinance as written. We would like to see mobile home park code updated, not removed. Membership concerns included the following, among others. We oppose the loss of the public notices that are included in the existing trailer park code. Multifamily and trailer parks are too different from each other to regulate under the same code. And finally, well and septic requirements are critical considerations. We support low-cost housing that meets Alaska multifamily standards, and the council membership voted to submit these comments at their June 12th meeting. And I believe their comments would still stand under the additional clarifications provided today. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the line, please.
Hello, this is Cindy Bettini, and I'm calling from Big Lake. And I also oppose the ordinance even after the discussion. I think this is another case of when you hear from the public, you need a task force, or like was just recommended, you need staff to bring back a new regulation that can be discussed by the public and the assembly. I'm somewhat confused that the two conflicting ordinances. And I think that the other confusion I have is when I go online and I look at the attachments, there's just no clarification here. It's really hard to even put together a public comment, especially after listening to the staff report. Anyway, I oppose it, and I would recommend that we come up with a new mobile home park ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is that the last person? Do we have anybody else online, Caleb? No, okay. So I'll give the people here one last chance. Anyone like to testify on behalf of this ordinance? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Assemblyperson Young.
I gotta get the ordinance number here. I need to move it and then, yeah, I'm not gonna do the amendment right now. I'm just gonna move the legislation, so. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah. I want to move ordinance, or 24053, and I'd like to speak to it if that's okay.
Okay, sure. Yes, go ahead.
And, Alex, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a question, sir. All right, so it was, and I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was, an example was put out there if there was multiple of them on a large size lot on a permanent foundation, would it still have to go through that process? So, if they were on a foundation, would they have to go through the public hearing process with the mobile home ordinance?
Go ahead, sir.
Through the mayor. So once a mobile home is on a permanent foundation, it is no longer considered a mobile home under the definition within 17.48. So somebody could get around the requirement for a conditional use permit by simply putting them on a foundation.
Correct.
Yes.
Which would lead then to the multifamily housing permit, correct?
Correct.
Which gives no path forward for them. So if they're on a permanent foundation, we're not discussing this, right? That's what, and I apologize. This is obviously a pretty complicated thing, and I understand that, you know, maybe these seem like they're in conflict. They're really not. It's just, are we going to actually read the definition? If we read the definition, this is very simple and very clear. I'll postpone this indefinitely if you guys want. But then there's still a mobile home ordinance, and it's not a difficult thing to do. It's a very easy thing to do. Market conditions have led to the reason why we haven't seen one in 31 years. Prior to that, there was no DEC standards for septics and wells, right? So it was very cheap back then to do community sewers and wells. It's not now. It's really expensive, and it should be. It should be very expensive. Other things like insulating water lines, skirting and things, there's a reason these don't happen, but it could easily be done. And that's all I'm trying to do is close the loophole and guarantee it can be done. So I'll postpone this thing indefinitely right now if you guys want. But that's not to say some developer won't still come in and do one. So if you look at the definition and we close this and we repeal 17.48 and we only have 17.73, it guarantees you're not going to have another one. That's what I'm trying to do. If you put them on a permanent foundation, there's no public process. You deal with Alex and Alex only, and his team. Fair to say, you deal with this team, right? So I'll leave it up to the team. You guys go ahead and propose some ideas, and I'll go with the masses.
Okay.
Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the solution that we're looking for here is to actually require some type of public hearing for administrative permits. If that was the case, then we would have the opportunity for the public to have a say in what's going on in their neighborhoods. I think the problem that I have with this ordinance is the same problem that everybody else has, is that we're removing the public hearing. We're removing the opportunity for people and an opportunity. You know, obviously, if they're on foundations, there's no opportunity at all. And I see that as just as big of a problem as removing the opportunity for the ones that aren't on a foundation. So that's really my problem with the whole thing. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Deputy
Okay.
Mayor Bernier, go ahead.
So
Oh, I'm sorry.
if we vote down this ordinance, you're saying basically that if they have mobile homes on concrete foundations, then it would bypass the citizens anyway.
Go ahead, sir.
So that's correct. So I'll just repeat it. If
I've been
if-
a licensed and bonded contractor since 2000, concrete contractor. I've never, ever put a foundation under a mobile home, just because I've been asked a couple of times, gave them prices, and it was worth more. The mobile home wasn't worth that much. And they're dragging them out of Anchorage. Anchorage wants to get rid of them. Somebody's going to get them out in the valley, right? And I don't want to see anything like that. And whatever this legislation does, I want to guarantee that my vote is going to put an end to that.
Go ahead, sir.
So, to be clear, and first of all, I do want to apologize. This provision about substandard dwellings was not considered early on when this ordinance was, when I was talking with the Meadow Lakes Community Council, when I was speaking with the Planning Commission. I was saying that the multifamily development permit does apply and the standards therein, but we didn't focus in on the substandard dwelling provision. So I apologize for the confusion that has created. But I will say that, yes, if this does not pass, then somebody could develop mobile homes on a foundation and do a multifamily development permit. And there would be no public notification, just like any multifamily development permit. If this does pass, then so if this does pass, you're dealing with you cannot have, if they're not on foundations, you would not be able to have a mobile home park ostensibly. Like there'd be a density ceiling of 2 per lot, regardless of lot size. And you would not be able to have a true mobile home park that doesn't have foundations.
Do you have follow-up, sir?
I do have a follow-up.
Okay.
I would support something like that as to a point where I can guarantee that we're not going to end up with mobile home parks. That's what my main goal is. If we need to take it back and rework the literature or the legislation a little bit to tweak it, I'm open to that option as well. But I'm not in any favor of mobile homes. There's 5 of them in my neighborhood that were drug out there in the 80s or whatever. 2 of them have collapsed roofs. They're just an eyesore. I tore one down here in March. We ended up with a piece of property with one on it. We burned that down and cleaned it out. And I hate mobile homes.
So
Well, I guess I'm a little bit confused because my understanding from what Alex is saying, that if you pass this, no mobile home parks in the valley.
So passage of this ordinance would effectively prohibit mobile home parks within the borough.
If you pass this the way it says, then there's no mobile home parks. I'm sorry, sir, no time for audience participation at this time. Assemblyperson Mowers.
To clarify again, a mobile home could be placed on a foundation. So you could have, even if this passes, under the current rules, you could place mobile home parks on foundations and not have a public hearing. So you could still have mobile home parks in the valley. They just have to be on a foundation. And then if people want to debate if that's what it's called, it still looks like a mobile home.
Yeah, it would no longer meet the definition of a mobile home, so it wouldn't technically be one. So yes, you could do that right now. Without a conditional use permit, you could do 20 mobile homes on foundations on a piece of property with a multifamily development permit and not have to go through a conditional use permit process. That is right now, that could happen. And that would continue to be allowed if this passes. What would not be allowed is mobile home parks that are not on a permanent foundation.
Okay, thank you. You know, I've heard loud and clear that the public deserves the right at the table, and when a property owner who's made the biggest investment of their life, which is the case for me, and I know a lot of people, when you bought your home, if something's going to go in next to you in the valley, you don't tell your neighbor what color to paint their house. But if something's going to go in next to you, like a mobile home park or gravel pit or a raceway, you get a seat at the table. So right now, we have an ordinance that if somebody's going to put a mobile home park in, you have a voice at the table. I would keep that. And if we need to tweak it and say that it includes mobile home parks on foundations or not on foundations, I think that's a much better way to go. And if somebody else wants to bring a ban the mobile home parks ordinance, I'm a lot more comfortable with that than a proposal that somehow in the multifamily definitions doesn't allow a mobile home park. I think it's a lot cleaner for this assembly to clearly say we don't want mobile home parks if that's the way people want to go. Because I read the statement for this ordinance when it was proposed, and it says that the intent of this ordinance promote affordable housing options, ... The burdensome nature of the existing regulations has hindered the expansion of affordable housing options and constrained the growth of mobile home park communities. So the intent of this, when it was proposed, was not to ban mobile home parks. So now we're saying that somehow that's what the goal was when we originally proposed it. The goal was to increase the number of mobile home parks. So I think we should vote this down, stick with what we've got, and if somebody wants to come back with a ban mobile home parks or to change the standard, I think that respects the public's desire to have a seat at the table when things go next to them that could have significant effect on their property value and use of their property.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm looking at the, looking at 1748.1010 applicability right now, and I think this whole thing could be solved. Well, it would take two steps, right? So right here in applicability, we could delete everything after, like all the other subsections, and we could just simply say in applicability, a mobile home park may not be established in any area of the Mat-Su Borough. And then we could come back later on with some legislation to require a public hearing for multifamily permit administrative hearings, administrative permits. You know, where the planning department would actually hold a public hearing for each permit, each multifamily permit, so that folks could have a say in what goes on in their neighborhood. And that is something that I absolutely would support. But just the way that we are going now with removing public hearings, every time I turn around, it seems like we're trying to remove public hearings for things, you know, gravel pits, you know, what have you. Like, you know, I think we need to include the public in our conversations about what's going to happen in their neighborhoods. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Assemblyperson McKee? You have your light on.
I do.
Okay.
I'm just, this is very confusing. It's hard to even know where you start. I'm agreeing with what you're saying and with everybody saying you gotta have a seat at the table. So I'm not in favor of this, but at the same time, it doesn't really make any difference, because if it looks like a duck and it acts like a duck and all that kind of thing, it's a duck. I don't care if you put an outhouse on a foundation, then apparently you're okay. So that, whatever we do here, we gotta do something else. How do we do that? What's that process look like? I'm asking somebody, what does that process look like if we say, no, we don't like this thing we're voting on, but we know that we are still, it's totally full of holes.
Okay.
We're absolutely vulnerable. I think it's time for, you know, that saying that the bad word in church, and that's the zoning laws. I think it's time for that. I really think it's time for that. And that would solve this kind of a problem, but we don't have that. And who knows, Alaskans don't like zoning, so maybe that won't ever happen, but something's got to happen because we're not protected either way.
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
I can answer that. It's a easy solution. We got two options. We can either try to zone a community that hasn't had zoning in 125 years, start picking winners and losers, or we can create an entire building department like the city of Anchorage. So if we want to tell somebody that they can't put, which this has nothing to do with this, I'm bringing this tonight to make sure there's never another mobile home park. That's all I'm doing. But if we want to start diving into the weeds and start telling people how to build wet paper boxes or whatever we were talking about earlier, we need a building department. And we're looking at probably a full mill and property taxes like Anchorage. Yeah, let's bring that forward and see how the community reacts.
So,
We go ahead.
Well, Ron doesn't have. Oh, well, I called on him earlier and he backed away. So, yeah, okay. So go ahead, Assemblyperson Farmer.
so in the long summary that we had at the end, the director said, we vote yes, no more mobile home parks. Now, Stephanie, I believe you need to sometimes be willing to change your mind if you rather give them option to speak up and still have mobile home parks, or we could eliminate, close that chapter out because there is no voice to speak up and there is no mobile home parks. How difficult is that to understand? So I think it's fairly simple understanding, and being English, my second language, I still got it. So, so let's, even if you came with a pretense and you were riled up about something and you were misinformed, this was a good discussion. We got a very direct answer. I'm ready to vote on it.
Okay. Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead, and then I think we'll wrap it up so we can go ahead and vote.
It's clear even the English language can be twisted, because it's clear to me the proposal as written by the person who proposed it was to expand mobile home parks. So again, I'm extremely dubious that somehow this is a proposal to ban them. So I think to your question, Ms. McKee, the simple thing to do in this case is vote this down, keep the public process in place, and come back with a proposal to ban mobile home parks if that is the intent of the person who's actually proposing this, because I don't have any confidence that we won't get rid of this, have a multifamily permit, and then somebody comes and changes the multifamily permit to allow substandard dwellings, and then you don't have a public process. So the simple answer is vote this down and come back with something that clearly states what you're trying to do. And if it's to ban mobile home parks, come back with the proposal to do that.
Assemblyperson McKee.
Rob mentioned a little bit earlier, being willing to postpone this indefinitely. I think maybe we ought to do that. If the intent of your proposal is to ban mobile home parks, I'm not even in favor of that, because mobile home parks, a lot of them look better than the place I grew up. But I just think that this requires a lot more. Alex's folks have got to come up, I think, with something that takes the bullet holes out of either way we go on this. The only way you do that, you can't just throw the dice in the air and so hope they land in your favor. You got to, at this point, say, no, we need something definite at the end of this. So my preference would be to postpone it indefinitely and have these guys come ahead and say, okay, now we got this. So we really know in the final analysis what we're actually getting.
Ron, go ahead.
So just to be clear.
No conversation between the two of you. Stop.
Just to be clear, postponing it indefinitely takes that away, unless we bring something totally back. So something totally else back. But then you go through the referral process again and everything, where this is, I give or take 6 months down the road. I mean, I wasn't trying to not give community councils a say. I actually chose the longest referral period possible so they could. I do want to speak to something real quick, and this is, I will take 100% full responsibility for this. This was a misunderstanding between Alex and I've been out of state coaching wrestling all summer. I think I've been gone 7 out of the last 9 weeks or something, right? So maybe 8 out of 10, but I'm going to make an amendment here, a friendly amendment, and you guys can tell me what you think. I move to amend IM 24097 in first sentence, after the first sentence that reads, "This ordinance is at the request of Assemblymember Yount," by striking all other language and inserting, "The intent of this ordinance is to make developing a mobile home park more difficult. Because that was absolutely the intent and still is the intent. So I'll read it again. The intent of this ordinance is to make developing a mobile home park more difficult. And I will take the heat for the misunderstanding.
Okay, so that's an amendment on the floor, right? So we have an amendment on the floor, so the discussion now is on the amendment. So I think everybody has a copy of the amendment in their folder. Okay? Yes, Assemblyperson Nowers.
I have no objection to this, but saying that doesn't change the underlying foundation that if we pass this, we do away with the public process. So if you want to change what you now say is the intent, that's fine with me.
So I guess I'm a little bit confused. If we do away with mobile home parks, then there is no public process unless somebody brings some new legislation forth to say to have mobile home parks. Right? Isn't that, we cut away, we did this with the gravel, right? So that was vetoed. So now people can't do more than the 2,000 because that was stopped. So now if we stop mobile home parks, then there is no public process for the mobile home park. So we're not cutting out anybody saying, unless people come forth and say they want a mobile home park. So, I mean, yeah. Assembly for Bernier, go ahead.
I move to amend the amendment by striking the words more difficult and inputting impossible.
Okay. Okay.
I would support that.
Okay. Is there any objection to that amendment, to the amendment? Okay. Yeah, Assemblyperson Fano?
I call in the question, and hopefully we could close this and move to something important like charter schools.
I think this is really important. I have a clarification question for the attorney and for the mayor. And I had my hand up before the call to question.
Okay, do you have a question for the attorney?
Yes.
On the amendment?
Yes,
'Cause
so
that's what we're discussing.
if you change the wording in an IM, does it have any, if we say in an IM, we're trying to make mobile homes impossible, does it hold any weight if there is another part of code? Like, I've always been told that what you write in IMs and you say to define things doesn't hold any legal weight, doesn't actually ban mobile home parks to say we're trying to make them impossible. It has to be in the ordinance.
That is correct. When you look at IMs, you look at them for two reasons. One is so that you know what it is you did, or later in the future, my office a lot of times will go back and read IMs and say, what was everybody thinking when they did this? And two, when you're looking at an ordinance or you're looking at a law, if there's ambiguity in any part of a law, you would look at the informational memorandum and say, well, what was the intent? But you don't get there if there's no ambiguity. If the law is written clearly, then just the IM just tells the story so everybody knows where you were going. But you can't override the black and white ink with what's in an IM.
So we can say impossible or whatever wording we choose in the IM, but if somebody wants to propose a mobile home park on foundations, we have a multifamily development permit, they're going to be able to apply under that multi-development permit if we repeal this ordinance.
Yes, most definitely.
Okay, so is there objection to replacing the more difficult with the word impossible? Is there any objection? No objection. So now the amendment before you has been amended. Is there objection to the amendment? Okay, so now the amendment has been included in the information given out on the ordinance 24053. We've had a call for the question, Madam Clerk.
Before we vote, show me what I'm voting on.
She's trying to.
Oh, okay, so the amendment, so your call for the question on The
On the
ordinance?
full legislation, to vote on the whole full legislation.
Oh, okay, there, thank you. Okay, so Madam Clerk.
I object.
Call for the question. If I can get the members in the room to vote.
This is to stop debate now.
Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Okay, so it passes.
Actually, it needs 5 votes, Madam Mayor.
Oh,
So
five.
well, what do I have here up on the board?
1, 2, 3.
You got only 4 in favor, Madam Mayor. It has failed, but let me get this vote really quick. Okay. I'm
You
good.
got it? Okay, good. All right. So discussion will continue. Yes, Assemblyperson Hours.
I would make a motion to postpone this indefinitely.
So we have a motion to postpone. Let me just say this, if you vote for this tomorrow, somebody could come in and propose a mobile home park. Because then the law that's on the books right now could be, because you're not taking it out, okay? So if you postpone indefinitely, this makes this non-effect. Okay, go ahead.
And I would just say in response to that, I'm not taking that to be an absolute from what I've heard from staff. It sounds like you could still do a mobile home park on foundations. And I still support having the public process. Somebody could propose a mobile home park, but you are going to have a seat at the table, and there's going to be requirements like a visual vegetated buffer, open space like a playground in there that is not included in the multifamily permit. So I can't support that because I don't think it actually bans mobile home parks, and it takes away that public process. So I guess we will agree to disagree on that. And
Okay.
I think it's clear to postpone this indefinitely and come back with something that's very clear that we are banning mobile home parks if that's what we're trying to do.
Okay.
I object to
Now,
that.
Assemblyperson Fauna, what?
I got a question for Alex, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
If there is a foundation under it, by our definition, is it mobile? Permanent foundation, is it mobile?
Under 17.48, if there is a permanent
No,
foundation.
no. Under 17.7.3, definitions.
I'm not sure if 1773 defines a mobile home. It would not be considered a substandard.
That's the one that does.
But I think what you're probably thinking here is right now, if you wanted to do a multifamily with mobile home parks or mobile home on foundation, you can still do that without a public process, as it is right now.
My question is, if there's a foundation, is it mobile?
No.
Okay. So if it's not mobile, which would be the argument made by somebody that was going to try to do this, would they have to have A, a public process, B, screening requirements for RVs, and C, would they be required to have a park? Under the multifamily housing permit with a foundation, would they be required to have those three things?
So multifamily development permit does require a perimeter landscaping as well as internal landscaping. All the standards within multifamily would apply. 1748 would not apply. They would not have to have a playground. They would not have to have like a fenced-in area for boats and RVs and things like that.
Correct.
Yeah.
So if we repeal 1748, in your opinion, which we all very much value, does it make it more difficult to have a mobile home park?
It makes it prohibited.
Yes, thank you.
No.
So while you're there, let me ask you something. So if we postpone this indefinitely, so then that means the law we have now stands.
Yes.
And if somebody comes in and applies to have a mobile home park, in our current regulations, is there an opportunity for a public hearing either by the Planning Commission or by the Assembly?
If the mobile homes are not on a foundation, there would be a public hearing. If they
Okay.
are on a foundation, there would not.
Okay, so if somebody applied, there would be the part for the public to be able to play. Okay, all right. Any further
Madam Mayor?
questions? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think the underlying issue here, and it doesn't matter whether it's on a foundation or not on a foundation. A trailer park's a trailer park. I think the underlying issue here is that we need a public process with notification and public hearings, whether or not it is on a foundation or not. We need the public process in every single case. I think that is the underlying issue here. We can sit here and argue about on a foundation, off a foundation all day long, but the underlying issue is we do not have a strong enough public process for people to have a say in what happens in their neighborhood. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Hale, I believe what I just asked the planning director was that if we do not appeal this, then for an application for a mobile home park, there is a public process. Is that right, Alex?
Well, yeah, so I think Assemblymember Hale is saying that there should be a public hearing for all multifamily development permits, and it should not be a
Right,
ministerial.
but that's not, we don't have that before us.
That's correct.
The multifamily housing shouldn't even, as far as I'm concerned, shouldn't even come into this discussion, because that's not what's before us.
Right.
The mobile home park is what is before us, and that does allow, so if we postpone this indefinitely, somebody could come in tomorrow and apply for getting a mobile home
Yeah,
park.
so to be clear, if this does not pass tonight, there would be a public process for a mobile home park.
Right.
Or if it does pass tonight, there would be no public process because it would be prohibited.
Yeah, there's no mobile home park, so how do you have a public process on something that there isn't anything? I mean, come on, guys.
Can we vote on this, please?
All right, we ready?
I just have one.
Yeah, I'm gonna close off the debate. We're gonna go ahead and vote. I'm gonna take that.
I'd just like to respond to that.
No, you are out of order. We are gonna
I don't
close
know that
public
we've-
hearing.
I'm sorry, point of order, but we haven't called the question, and we weren't, and I would like to
He did down
respond to
here.
that.
He did down here.
And,
before you
and that
started.
vote was not
No.
successful.
Just like 3
So
seconds ago.
I object to
he
calling the
did it.
question. I object to
He
calling the
did
question.
3 seconds ago before you started.
I object.
Yeah.
So we're on the
Kevin.
call of the question for the postpone indefinitely. Assemblymember Hale,
Yes.
if I can get the members in the room to vote. I'm sorry, I did that backwards. Just realized. Assemblymember McKee, can I get you to vote on the call of the question?
Do you want to stop debate?
It's not going anywhere, so yeah.
Go ahead and vote.
Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Nowers opposed. We are now on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Okay,
I want to clarify. So
okay.
can we vote on that amendment, or now we just would be voting on postponement?
Right now, you're on motion to postpone indefinitely. You cannot amend anything at this point.
Okay,
There's
so
nothing to amend.
no will get us to be able to vote on the main legislation, correct?
Correct.
Yes,
A
we
yes.
get rid. Okay.
Yes would
so-
postpone
Okay, so
indefinitely.
we'll make sure clear. I'm voting no.
Are we ready to vote? I'm assuming? Okay.
Yep.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely. Assemblymember Hale,
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it is a tie vote, but let me get this real quick.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Mayor.
Alrighty. I will vote against the motion to postpone indefinitely.
We are now on the main motion, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Everybody, please continue to proceed to vote.
Yes, please vote.
If I can get the members in the room to vote on the main motion. Assemblymember Hale,
No.
Madam Mayor, it is a tie vote. Let me get this vote very quickly. Madam Mayor.
I vote for, yes, for the ordinance to pass. Alrighty. Thanks, everybody, for your patience while you learn more about mobile homes than parks than you probably ever wanted to know. So we'll give the clerk a minute to get everything recorded here, and then we'll move on to the next public hearing. So just to lighten the load a little bit, so for the people that have come to testify for schools, don't talk about putting wheels on any of the modulars, okay? Or whether you're going to put them on a foundation or not, okay?
I am ready, Madam Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Ordinance 24066, an ordinance amending MSB Title 24, Animal Care and Regulation. If you're on the phone, would like to speak to this, press *3. Staff report.
Hey, good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly members, Borough staff, community members. I'm Chris Loskar. I'm the Animal Care Director. Title 24 was last updated in 2015. These current updates in this ordinance are a result of a 2-year process and a true collaborative effort between Animal Care, the legal office, the clerk's office, and the Animal Care Board, who had the opportunity to review this, and they also provided a resolution in support of these changes. We believe that these updates will not only result in a more clear and comprehensive borough code, but will also result in more efficient processes for our agency. The majority of these updates are general administrative housekeeping, like having code reflect that our department actually has a director. But some of them will have definite operational impacts. One of those will be to our process for issuing live animal traps. It will provide us with recourse when those traps are not returned, and it will also give our community members more ability to use their personally owned traps. It will also establish a 24-hour period for members of our community who find stray animals to surrender them to us. And in that period, they'll be able to try to reunite the animal with their owner or make arrangements to get the animals to us. I think one of the more important operational changes directly affects our in-shelter stay times. And in cases where we have a protective custody animal that is not redeemed by an owner, or in cases of when they're not redeemed by their owner, or there is a deceased owner who has no next of kin, the current process takes several months for us to actually forfeit the animal so it becomes borough property. In that time, the animal was stuck in the shelter, kind of in a state of limbo, and we're not able to adopt them out. This change will reduce the time that the animals are there to 15 days and greatly impact our in-shelter stay times. So I would be glad to discuss any of these changes in more depth with you, and if you have any questions, I'd be glad to take them now.
Does any of the assembly have questions of staff? We're not going to keep you like we did the last time. I think yes, assembly person.
You don't have a beef or a pig there for adoption, do you?
Through the mayor, we did get 2 cows in today.
Thank you.
Assemblyperson McKee?
I'm not sure if this is the proper venue to discuss this, but we're talking about, at least semi-annually, the animal care manager director, now the new word is director, may conduct low-cost clinics for dogs and cats where spaying and neutering services are available, blah, blah, blah. You and I had talked about that as well, and we don't do that anymore. Is this the time for me to ask a question, and do you have any intention of doing that? Because when you go to spay or neuter, and I'm in the market for both, one was $500 for, I think, the neutering and $600 for the spaying. It seems to me like an ounce of prevention. If you do this kind of thing, then you won't have so many of the other problems that you run into with animals.
Through the mayor. So the low-cost community spay-neuter program is currently in development. We are looking to roll that out this fall. And we are also going to be working in conjunction with the SPCA to host a community spay-neuter event at the end of this month.
That's absolutely outstanding, because that's the ounce of prevention and the pound of cure kind of thing. So good for you.
Alrighty, any other question? Okay, thank you, sir. We'll go ahead and, thank you. You can just leave it on because there may be people that want to testify. Thank you. So we'll go ahead and open the public hearing for ordinance 24-066, and we do have a sign-up sheet with one person. Zane?
Madam Mayor, Assembly, thank you for your time. I just wanted to point to section 22, the spay and neutering section. I just have one change that I'd like to see happen. The word after the director currently in the second paragraph, it says may. I'd like it changed to shall. And the last 2 years, as Chris has said, there hasn't been a program for spay and neutering. If we put the word shall in there, it'll help drive us to do this in the future. And it'll drive down pet population. I volunteer for the Alaska SPCA and worked with Chris here to put together this program on the 26th out at Martin Boozer's for our first spay and neuter clinic. So I'd like to see that happen on a more regular basis. And I think if we put shall in there, it'll force it.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Zane. Anyone in the audience that would like to testify on this ordinance? Caleb, we do not have anybody online. Last chance for anybody in the audience. Okay, I will close the public hearing and Assemblyperson Benier.
I move to adopt ordinance 24-066.
Okay, thank you. And Assemblyperson Hours, you have an amendment.
Yeah, I have a
for
couple.
Assemblyperson Gamble, who's not here this evening.
Yes, and I'll introduce those in a second. First, I'd like to make an amendment to do what the gentleman suggested, change the words may to shall.
Okay, already. Do we need to have any input from the attorney, how mandatory that's going to be, and does that change anything else that we need to address in it?
Right, so the other part that's coming out of the code that says at least semi-annually, you can say may to shall, and that will be a mandate to do it, but then the code is silent as to how often.
Okay,
So if you want to have it at an interval, maybe ask the animal care director, because the semi-annual is coming out. Is it once a year? Is it once every 2 years? Is it once every 5 years? Because if you ask the attorney later, it says shall, but it doesn't say how often, and you're taking away the time period. If you want to direct that, now's the time to put it in there, or you could leave it up to the manager's direction.
okay.
That would be my
All
only
right.
comment.
So the First Amendment is to change the may to shall. Assemblyperson McKee.
Can you include in that same amendment that Nowers has, the time certain, like once a year? Could you put, so we don't have to vote on it twice?
Chris, do you have a preference?
So we've found that hosting these events, the large events, annually, semi-annually, however it is, extremely resource intensive. What we're looking at right now is a more sustainable way to do this. So our veterinarian has been developing this program, and what we're looking at doing is working the community spay neuters into our regular shelter spay neuter surgery schedule. So what we would do is we would put X amount of available spay-neuter surgeries out per month, and then allow the community to sign up for those, and then keep that going on a regular basis instead of having it once, twice, quarterly.
Okay.
Is there amount of time per month that you're thinking that could go towards surgeries for the public like that?
Through the mayor, it would be in our weekly surgery schedule. So we would work X amount of community spay-neuter
Maybe let me
surgeries per week.
rephrase it. How many animals per month do you think would be allotted?
Through the mayor, right now, we don't know exactly how many. Like I said, we're still developing the program. So it's whatever we're able to sustain with our current vet staff.
Thank you.
Assemblyperson McKee.
So, I don't want to use the word unwilling because that's not here, and that's not you. It's just because you don't know, but we got to have something in there that gives us a time, else it really doesn't mean anything. So what would you be comfortable with? Or your vet would be comfortable with?
Well, through the mayor, I mean, the way we're going to do it, I mean, it would be a monthly sign up.
A monthly what, sign up?
A monthly sign up for the public, yes.
But you got to have a cap on that, because if 42,000 people sign up, that's going to be a bad thing. I mean, could you say a limit of, a maximum of a month? Would that be comfortable?
Like I said, right now, we don't know, and it would be dependent on our vet staff.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we got to roll with that then until we see what the history will be, huh?
Assemblyperson, especially, I think you don't necessarily want to get too definite. This is code. You want to allow him as a director and the borough manager, and maybe you want to chime in, Mike, to have some flexibility, where if you say it has to be every month, then if they don't do it for whatever reason, then they're in violation of code, and we do not want to put that on our people. Mike, go ahead if you want to add something.
So through the mayor, I appreciate the intent. The challenge is not knowing, not having the data to support the history. In the end, it's highly dependent on what the shelter population is. And this really is, I'm just going to say it, this is a best effort, right? Because we're not looking to increase the resources or staffing to support a certain number every month, right? So that's where I have a hard time with it being that specific, because first and foremost, we're going to have to support the animal population that's in the shelter at that time. And if that precludes a certain number of low-cost spay-neuter for the public, that's what's going to end up being the priority, I think. Because the intent here is not to increase the resources or staffing to do this at this time, right? So if that's the case, I would be careful with setting too high of a threshold, because then we're going to be put in that position where we're going to have to look at increasing resources to meet the letter of the law.
Okay. Ready? So we have the motion before us to change the may to shall. Is there objection to that? Assemblyperson Falmouth, go ahead. Do you have an objection or comment? sir?
I think it's best to leave it at their discretion, so for us to mandate it, so I therefore object. I think directors and their staff have, I think, better knowledge of when how much amounts in that. I think we hire them for that purpose, so I object us mandating that.
Okay, so there is an objection to changing, or the amendment from may to shall. Do you have a comment on the amendment?
I do. I would ask Chris directly, does he feel that shall is better than may? Go with that.
I don't know if he feels comfortable in answering that or not. I think the discussion was, how restrictive in resources and things like that, so.
Maybe a wink.
And then.
I certainly can't
and
answer
you
that
heard
question.
what the attorney said, so the attorney is going to be the one that's going to.
I certainly can't
Okay.
answer that question, Madam Mayor.
Uh-huh.
I believe that, as we are community service, I think we have an obligation, so I'm comfortable with shall.
Alrighty, we do have an objection to the amendment, so Madam Clerk.
I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it passes. Assemblymember Fanoff and Yent opposed.
Okay. So we have before us then ordinance 24. You still have another amendment of Gambles. Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
I move to amend MSB 24.30.035A by striking the last sentence that reads, "There shall be no fees collected for a hearing on recommended level 5 classifications." The reason for this amendment is that level 5 classifications of animals are no longer taken up by Animal Care and Regulation Board, and level 5 classifications were moved to the jurisdiction of the Office of Administrative Hearings several years ago.
Is there any objection to that amendment? So hearing no objection, that amendment is passed. And he just had one. Oh, I'm sorry, did you have an objection?
I
sir?
actually wanted to, in simple language, to understand what does that amendment do, because it sounded pretty complicated. Can the attorney explain that? How that reflects?
Okay.
So when an animal is recommended as level 5, what that means is it's going to be euthanized because it's either caused serious physical injury or cause serious permanent disfigurement or death to a person or another animal potentially. And so when an animal care officer recommends a level 5 classification, that's not the end of it. There's an automatic hearing, and it doesn't go in front of the Animal Care Board. It goes to the Office of Administrative Appeals. That is the administrative office appointed by the mayor, confirmed by the assembly, and their lawyers who provide time for free, or not for free, for discounted rates. Yeah, Lonnie looked at me funny. Severely discounted rates. It's hard to fill the spots, but they provide the due process, because what it is the government is taking property, that is the animal, and if the government prevails, if we prevail in our case, the animal is euthanized. So technically what's happening under the law is you're taking somebody's property away from them and destroying it. Well, they're entitled to due process for that. And because of that reason, it doesn't go in front of the Animal Care Board, because you're talking about taking away somebody's property and they can't get it back. So it goes in front of this administrative hearing officer so that the due process rights are more robust. There is no appellate fee because it's an automatic thing. All of the other appeals about classifications of animals relating to six-sided enclosure, muzzle, inspections of your house, things of that nature, you could appeal those to the Animal Care Board. And those are a little more flexible in terms of what the outcome might be. And the board is a little more engaged and better suited to deal with those. But only for the forfeiture for level 5 for euthanasia is it automatically go to the Office of Administrative Hearings.
Okay. Does this amendment makes a crazy animal put it out easier or more difficult?
There's no fee. There shouldn't be a reference to the fee for that hearing in our code because it's automatic. So it automatically happens. For all the other appeals, you have to come to the borough and ask for your appeal and pay a fee for it. For this level 5, the only question is, how does it start? The level 5 starts without a fee. And so this amendment says you don't have to have this in code because it happens automatically.
So it's easier process if there is the violent animal to move forward with putting it away?
No, it's just a bad code reference that should come out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ready? Further discussion on the amendment? Is there any objection to the amendment? No? Okay. So ordinance 24-066 has been amended twice now. Is there further amendments, further discussion? Oh, further discussion.
I move to amend MSB 24.30.015 by striking the word compensation in the title and in the body of the section and inserting the word reimbursement in its place. The reason for this amendment is to clarify code. Board members are not compensated for anything but are reimbursed for mileage.
Okay, is there objection to the amendment? Okay, hearing no objection, then that amendment passes. Is that all the amendments we have, Madam Clerk? Okay, so we have now amended ordinance 24-066 3 times. Discussion, or are we ready to vote? Go ahead, sir.
with the team's permission, I am working on one more potential amendment with Mr. Gamble, and I would like to postpone this until the next meeting if that's okay.
There's a motion to postpone 24-066 because of the absence of one assembly person. Is there objection to that? Okay, hearing no objection, then ordinance 24-066 has been postponed until our next meeting, which will be on the 20th of August. I just got a note regarding a break, so I guess we will go ahead and take a break. Let's see what it, we'll come back at 8:15.
McGrath Estate for a while, which is kind of a nice place to go. A lot of big fancy homes there. Hilton and Lobster, because we weren't ready for payments on the fancy home. But at the bottom of it, there was a trailer park. There was landscape, there was beautiful, and I'd like to live
Yeah, there could be good ones. Yeah.
If I can go ahead and have the room come back to order, please, and the assembly people come back to their seats. So I talked to Dimitri, and I think if it is possible, I know for the agenda, I think you have to numerically, but whether we have to be mental or change the agenda.
You could have moved them around.
Okay. Can I have order in the assembly room, please? Okay, thank you. We still have some visiting assembly people someplace. Okay. No, there. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, we're ready for you.
Ordinance 24067, an ordinance establishing MSB 5.25150 and placing on the ballot of the November 5th, 2024 regular election the unification of the Willow Fire Service Area and the Caswell Fire Service Area with accompanying resolution 24068, a resolution finding the inclusion of properties in and around the Willow and Caswell Fire Service Areas into a single unified fire service area serves the public interest without circulation of a petition among the residents in said areas is allowed by MSB 51015, initiation by the Assembly. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
We have a staff report, they're both in here already. Oh, good.
Good evening, Mayor, Assembly members, staff. Ken Barkley, Director of Emergency Services. Tonight, what we're asking for is we want to combine the Willow and Caswell Fire Service areas. We want to unify them into one fire service area. In the borough's history, this would be the third time doing this with two different fire service areas. The other two have been very successful. This will reduce redundancy. And in this case, it's a little bit different because the fire departments already respond together, they work together, they train together, they're even wearing the same patches, uniforms, and they work under the same fire chief. So it's something we've been working on for several years to get this accomplished. And what we're asking tonight for the Assembly is to allow this to go on ballot so that the voters in the Willow and Caswell area have the opportunity to vote for this. We have worked with both fire service area boards, and we do have letters from them on unanimously voting in favor of this, both boards. When I say they voted in favor, I want to be clear, they voted in favor of it going to the ballot and giving the citizens of that area the opportunity to vote. So that's what we're working on today.
Okay.
Right now, like I say, they respond, dispatching would be no different. They respond to every call together. It's just finally we're able to have the opportunity to put them into one department. It'll be one, it'll eliminate budgeting also instead of two separate budgets. It'll be one budget, and then the two boards that are there now, fire service area boards, will be joined into one fire service area board.
Okay, thank you. Questions for staff? Okay, yes, Assemblyperson Paulknight, go ahead.
So this is just in order to get the people to vote, or can you elaborate on that? I think I might have misunderstood that.
Through the Mayor, Assembly Member Vonoff, this will go on the ballot for the voters to have the opportunity to vote this, vote in favor or vote against this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, Assemblyperson McKee, you have a question?
Yeah, so in the final analysis, if the voters voted yes to do this, it would be, I'm thinking, cheaper and more efficient. I mean, things aren't going to change. They're already doing it the same way anyway. It would be cheaper to do it by combining them, would it?
Through the Mayor, Assemblymember McKee, it's a very good question. For Caswell, their mill rate would actually go down. Willow's would stay the same, so there would be a cost savings there.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, all righty. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That's all the questions. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing for ordinance 24-067. We do not have a sign-up sheet, okay? Anyone in the audience that would like to testify before the assembly on this ordinance? Do we have anybody online? We have one person online. Go ahead, whoever's online, please.
I'm not for this. I have a question about what's going on up on Fish Hook Road where our community uses that trail that goes to the old site for the that they were going to put the Capitol at, and somebody's just blocking our trail, and there's over 100 signatures now on this for this.
Oh, sir, you probably should have testified under audience participation. I don't think this has anything to do with this ordinance.
It doesn't, but I've been on here the whole time, and I never heard when it was my time to talk, and I have been waiting all night.
Oh, I'm sorry,
So
sir.
if I could, I can wait for you, but I would like to talk about this.
Okay. Let's see, Madam Clerk, do you have an opportunity when he might be able to talk?
He can speak, Madam Mayor. Audience participation is still on the agenda after public hearings. We do have a number of
Okay.
public hearings before audience participation tonight.
Yeah, so just
Okay,
a
I
little
will
while
wait
longer,
then.
sir, probably another 45
Okay,
minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Thank you.
you.
I'll wait here.
Okay, all right, yeah. Don't give up on us, we'll get to you. Okay, back to anybody here have comments? If not, I'll close the public hearing. Assemblyperson Benir, go ahead.
I move to adopt ordinance 24-067 and resolution 24-068, and I'd like to speak to it.
Go ahead, sir.
I would like your support in helping my district. This combining the two stations like that is going to help everybody in my district. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Any objection? See no objection, then the legislation has passed. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 24-068, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $292,892.89 in property insurance proceeds related to the 2022 windstorm disaster. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Aye.
Through the mayor to the assembly, before you is that ordinance to accept and appropriate $292,892.89. Of that, $171,661.96 will go to the school district, and $121,230.93 will remain at the borough. This is to reimburse us for damages that occurred during the 2022 windstorms.
Any questions to staff? Okay, all right, thank you. So I will go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 24-068. We do not have a sign-up sheet. Anyone that would like to address the assembly on this ordinance? Do we have anybody online? No, we do not have anybody in line. One last chance. Anybody in the audience? I'll close the public hearing on ordinance 24-068. And Deputy Mayor Benir, go ahead.
I move to adopt ordinance 24-068.
Is there any objection from the assembly? Seeing no objection, the legislation passes. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 24-069, an ordinance amending MSB 212 by adding an additional audience participation to the agenda and striking persons to be heard. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you're gonna do the,
I am going to do the staff report, Madam
okay,
Mayor.
go ahead.
What this ordinance would do would add an additional audience participation prior to the public hearings and also delete persons to be heard. The public would have a choice between speaking to audience participation before the public hearings or after the public hearings, but not both. Persons to be heard has the same amount of time as audience participation does. Persons to be heard also has requirements you have to meet to appear under persons to be heard. Like there's a number of them, but a couple of them are you have to have the request in before packet closure. Another one, you have to have exhausted all your administrative remedies before I could approve it. Another one is you can't qualify to speak under persons to be heard if the assembly could potentially have a public hearing on it down the road. And the last time I recall somebody signing up and getting approved for persons to be heard was probably in 2010. It's been a very long time. So the way that I'm viewing this is another audience participation is being added and taking the place of persons to be heard.
Okay, thank you. Questions from staff? Okay, I'll open the public hearing on ordinance 24-069. We do have a sign-up sheet. It's Rod from the North Lakes Community Council. Has he already left? We don't have anything in writing from them regarding yes or no on this. Okay. Okay, anybody else in the audience that would like to testify on this? And as you heard, the clerk said that that audience participation would be before all of the public hearings. So I know that doesn't help much if for any of you tonight, but in the future, you're caring for your fellow citizens. Okay, do we have any? We do not have anybody online. Okay, so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing for ordinance 24-069. Assemblyperson Fauna.
So I am big proponent of public being involved and let their voices be heard. However, when we're working on some kind of legislation, such as mobile home or something that is not people that did not come here for that, and they have to, I should say, suffer through a couple hours of discussion that's completely not relevant for many decades in the past. I value not just my time, but your time a lot more. So I've seen it several times when people, parents will come with kids or somebody who needs to wake up the next morning, they would have to wait till 10 o'clock to speak up. And it made it, I think someone would just left disappointed after they committed the whole evening together. And it made me kind of feel sorry for them. But at the same time, what can we do about it? And then when I talked to a clerk, I said, I want those people who have limited amount of time, and because we want more public to be engaged, I want them to come and have that ability to speak within maybe first 30 minutes, if whatever they have, or even to speak if they wanted to touch specifically on some ordinance, and if they have to go, then that way their evening is free for the rest. So I think it's a wonderful thing to give this opportunity, and it'll engage more public, hopefully. And it does. And if somebody chooses to still speak at the end, like the way we normally have it, they're still able to do that. They can't have both. So you still get one audience participation per person, but I do think it will benefit greatly for those people who come here and have just a specific something that they need to address the assembly for and be able to go home. And then even if we're working on legislation of some sort, at least we've gotten that input from them, and they don't have to wait. Today would be a good example. So I hope you all support me and pass this quickly so we can get to the next subject.
Deputy
Madam Mayor.
Was the legislation moved?
Just, Rob, is it okay if I go ahead and acknowledge? Yeah. Assemblyperson Hale, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank Assemblymember Farnow for this, and I wish I had thought of it.
And Deputy Mayor Young.
Might have been last year or year before, we had a gal in here that literally left in tears because she had waited all night to speak, and we debated until the end of the evening, and the meeting shut down, and I believe she had to come back. I can't remember exactly, but she was in tears. I felt horrible for her. And then we currently have a gentleman online that would have spoke earlier. So great job. Thank you.
And Assemblyperson Hours.
I think everybody will take advantage of testifying and leaving, and not being here for 4 hours. I think this is really good legislation. The one thing, and I talked to Assemblymember Fanov about it, but maybe a question for the clerk, like the one thing I would be concerned about is that people who are here for public hearings would take the opportunity under audience participation to testify about the hearing, whatever that is, and then continue their testimony. And then you have a really long meeting, and you kind of do the opposite of what you're trying to do. So I know at the school board, they do this where you can testify before under audience participation, but you can't testify if you're going to testify on a hearing that something is up for hearing. You're going to wait until that hearing comes up. So is there a way to limit that audience participation, that first audience participation, to either formally or informally to folks who are testifying on issues that are not up for public hearing?
Go ahead.
I think you could add language in here. It says under A, audience participation, you can speak under one of the audience participations on the agenda, but not both, nor can you speak to public hearings on the agenda.
Is there a way, I wouldn't mind folks speaking during the hearing, and then if they have thoughts after we've taken action. So the second audience participation, I think anything could be talked about. What I've seen at the school board and other bodies is they just limit the first audience participation. So they don't have a bunch of people testifying on hearings and basically using up a lot of time that would be available for people to talk about other issues. So it only becomes an issue when there's a lot of folks, but.
If I could, just to clarify too, Madam Mayor, this would be under the first audience participation. The second audience participation under item C, you wouldn't have to amend that. They could still speak to something that the assembly passed earlier.
So I guess I'm making that proposal amendment if it needs to be formalized, that we add the audience participation, but the first one is limited to issues that are not up for public hearing.
Yes, Assemblyperson Fauna. go
I
ahead.
think that would partially defeat the purpose of it. So if somebody came today who wanted to speak for, let's say, no, I'm not going to use the mobile home. I'm going to use the charter school one, right? A charter school issue. They have limited amount of time. I want them to be able to express that. And then when we get to it by 9 or 9:30, whatever it is, we already have taken that input, so they don't have to wait till 9:30. So I don't want to limit them, and I don't want, as much as I respect the mayor, I don't want somebody to filter what they have to say. We let them have that 3 minutes. They will go ahead and express, even if it has to do with some of the legislation that we're taking action on, or whether it's just general comment about doing something else. So I would like to just leave that, and then if some people will speak again under a specific thing, well, then that's their freedom to do so.
Okay, further discussion. So did you make that into amendment, ma'am? Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor then for ordinance 24-069. Madam Clerk, do you have some
Madam
good
Mayor.
language? Okay, Assemblyperson Hale, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to make a secondary amendment that would say, not that they weren't permitted to speak to a public hearing issue, but if they did speak to a issue that was going to be covered by a public hearing, that they would not speak at the time of the public hearing. So if they wanted to come and speak to the public hearing and leave, before all of this, trailer parks and bond issues and stuff, they could speak to one of the public hearings, but then when that public hearing came up, then they would just leave. And when that public hearing came up, their time would already have been used.
So go ahead, Madam Clerk.
No, I do understand this, but I need to make clear, if we have 50 people here, I'm going to have to track that. I'm going to have to track all of this. It's going to make it a little difficult.
That's right.
Now, I'm good with faces. I'm not good with names.
I would argue that if somebody came and wanted to speak on, and wanted to be out of here on 3 or 4 things, they'll go ahead and speak up within the 3 minutes about whatever else they want to address. So then it makes it, it's not as easy to track for Lonnie or whoever. Well, you spoke about this issue, now you can't speak about it. Then we're getting in a little bit of, gray area. I think we should leave them 3 minutes to speak about whatever they want. And then if they choose to stay and we're still working on something, they'll have the ability to speak. So I'm opposing the amendment.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Discussion on the latest amendment. Yes, Assemblyperson Yount, go ahead.
I think what we're trying to do with these potential amendments is to make sure that somebody doesn't abuse the system and that they don't speak for 3 minutes now, then 3 minutes on the subject again when it comes up. And could that happen? I suppose it could. Are most people going to stick around and do that? I don't think so. We've had enough fear mongering tonight. I don't think that's, I don't think we're going to run into that repetitively. So I can't support either amendment.
Okay. Assemblyperson Hale, Assemblyperson Hale, did you?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to pretty much say the exact same thing. You're giving folks an opportunity to have 6 minutes rather than everyone else is only taking 3 minutes. So that's just the purpose there.
Okay. Alrighty, so we're ready to vote on the First Amendment, which would preclude people from speaking both under the audience participation and a public hearing.
Correct.
On the same subject or just any subject. Assemblyperson Hale, will you clarify that first? Would that?
Yeah. So if you spoke during the original audience participation on a subject that was to be heard at public hearing, you would not be able to speak at that particular public hearing.
Okay. So that would, so does everybody understand that? So
You could speak on any other you could speak at any other public hearing, but just not that particular one.
Okay. So let me give an example, Assemblyperson Hale, and then if I'm incorrect, if you'll correct me. So tonight, we are still dealing with charter schools. So if we had this ahead of time, where we had audience participation at the very beginning, or almost at the beginning, if somebody wanted to speak on charter schools, if they spoke at that time, then when the public hearing on charter schools came up, they would not be able to speak again on that subject. Is that correct? The essence of your amendment?
Yes, that would be correct. That would be correct, but they could still speak on transportation bond.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So that's the First Amendment. So if you want to restrict people from only speaking on the subject at an audience participation and not the public hearing, then you're going to vote in favor of this First Amendment. Assemblyperson Yount, you want to say something before we vote?
I just want to stand up for the clerk here for a minute. If someone comes up in their first 3 minutes and touches on 2, 3, 4 subjects, it's going to get really difficult to do. I think Mr. Fonoff's intent here is to let people go home and have dinner with their family. And what we're discussing here with these amendments is the what ifs. Those what ifs could lead to a very difficult evening for the clerk. I think we should stick with Mr. Fonoff's intent and leave it at that.
So let's go ahead and proceed to vote on the First Amendment. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry. You should take over.
Oh, it's okay.
I'm
No,
just-
you're good.
I'm just busy.
The members in the room have already voted on the secondary amendment. Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it has failed with Member Hale and Nowers in support. We are on the primary amendment.
Okay, and the primary amendment is to not allow.
Basically, to add the language, it would read, audience participation, you can speak under one of the audience participations on the agenda, but not both. And then it would say something to the effect of, nor can you speak to public hearings on the agenda.
Okay, Everybody, Assemblyperson, now let's go ahead.
Just to clarify that nor can you speak on public hearings on the first audience participation.
That's correct.
So
It's
the
only
second one
listed
you
under the first audience
absolutely could.
participation. Correct.
And I'm thinking about those really contentious, long meetings and just trying to make sure that we don't have an issue. So I know it's a what if, but I think it would also just clarify, because we'd have the hearing and all the testimony would be together. But I'll let people vote how they want to vote.
Okay, Assemblyperson Paulus, did you have
Again,
a comment?
yes, I would object that amendment because I'm trying to achieve a different thing. By controlling, it puts more complication on the staff, for one. Second one, I have enough decency to trust people that they're not gonna be wasting their time and our time to all come in line. If today was the case and everybody who wanted to speak 3 minutes for 8 ordinance that we're working on, that would be 24 minutes per person. We'd be here a long night. We haven't seen people abuse that. I trust the people to use the judgment. I would like for Mayor to just briefly, before she opens audience participation, she could say, if you don't plan to speak on that and you have to go, this would be a good time to address some of the ordinance that we'll be working on. And if not, you can wait till we get to that ordinance and then you'll be able to speak on it. That would be a discretion at the mayor. And I'm sure if sometimes, as it happens now, when somebody speaks about something that's irrelevant, or she asked them to, okay, well, it's not open for that discussion, I'd love to go ahead and keep that system going, just with intent to let people speak before, so then they can go and not having to be in a filtering business of who can say what.
Okay, so are you prepared to vote? Madam Clerk, go
So the
ahead.
members in the room can go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Hale.
No.
Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assemblymember Nowers and Hale in support. We are on the main motion.
Okay, the main motion before you.
Correction, Madam Clerk, I said no.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wrote yes. Thank you, Assemblymember Hale. Madam Mayor, that failed with Assemblymember Nowers in support.
Okay. Ready? Are we ready to vote on ordinance 24-069? There hasn't been no accepted amendments, okay? So it's just as it was presented. Okay, Madam Clerk?
If the members in the room can go ahead and vote on the main motion.
Oh, you're right, I should have asked if there
Go
was
ahead.
no
You can
objection.
go ahead and ask if you want, Madam Mayor.
Okay, is there any objection?
Okay.
Thank you, Assemblyperson Paulus. Okay, so ordinance 24-069 has passed. Ready.
Ordinance 2470, an ordinance relating to the construction, additions, improvements, betterments, repair, reconstruction, or acquisition of public roads and pathways and facilities related thereto in the Matanuska-Susitna Borough, together with all necessary equipment and transportation facilities, including improving school access and the acquisition of lands or rights in lands in connection therewith, and a debt of the borough, authorizing the issuance of area-wide general obligation bonds of the borough in an amount not to exceed the sum of $33,320,000 to finance the cost in whole or in part of such public roads, facilities, and lands, and submitting the proposition to the voters at the November 5th, 2024 regular borough election. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Go ahead, sir.
Madam Mayor, Assembly members, Manager Brown, and Tom Adams, Public Works Director. With ordinance 24070, Public Works submits this Transportation Infrastructure Program 2024, otherwise known as TIP 24, as a package of projects with the objective to reduce traffic congestion, support economic development, improve connectivity, enhance pedestrian and vehicle safety, increase reliability, and provide transportation choices for residents. It should be noted most of these projects are identified in the Matsu Borough's Long-Range Transportation Plan, Official Streets and Highways Plan, and/or Safe Routes to Schools Plan. In choosing projects to nominate for TIP 24, we prioritize roadways that serve as major corridors or provide connections between high-function roadways and important facilities. A few large-scale projects were chosen to improve the overall transportation network within the borough. There are currently 11 projects recommended by staff in the TIP 24 package, including 4 new project nominations: Engstrom North Extension to Texel Drive, Johnson's Road Upgrade, Settlers Bay Drive pavement rehabilitation, KGB to Turner Drive, and Lakeview Road pavement rehabilitation, Wasilla Fishhook to Selden Road. These 4 new projects will be placed on the November 5th, 2024 ballot to be approved by voters for 100% bonding by MSB at a cost of $13,020,000. 3 projects are carried forward from TIP 23, Green Forest Drive reconstruction, school site traffic and safety improvements at Shaw Elementary, and King Arthur Drive reconstruction, No Name Hill Drive to Parks Highway. These 3 projects were approved by the voters in TIP 23. However, the voter approval under TIP 23 required the Mat-Su Borough to receive a 50% match before the Mat-Su Borough could sell bonds for the projects. This match was never obtained. Therefore, these projects will be placed on the November 5th, 2024 ballot to be approved by voters for 100% bonding by the borough with no match required at a cost of $20,300,000. 4 projects are carried forward from TIP 21 to provide additional funding: Hemmer Road Extension South, Fern Street reconstruction, Lucille Street reconstruction, and Texel Drive extension. These 4 projects were approved by the voters in TIP 21 for 100% bonding by the Mat-Su Borough. These projects will not be presented to the voters again for approval, but rather these projects will require assembly approval to sell bonds in the amount of $18,500,000 to allow for project completion. They're being noted that here because they are part of the overall work plan to be performed under TIP 24 and is the intent of the borough administration to seek approval to sell bonds under the previous voter approval. This is the important distinguishment here. The total for all 11 proposed projects is $51,820,000. As noted, $18,500,000 of this total will need bond sale authority from the assembly, but will not need to be on the ballot again. Voter approval is needed for $33,320,000 of this total on the November 5th, 2024 ballot for 100% funding. In the interest of time tonight, I just note that there is additional detail not only provided in your packet for each of these projects, but also on the borough website. We made it live right before this meeting for the public to review. If you go to the Mat-Su Borough main website and then look for projects and development, you'll find the TIP 24 and it will explain each of these projects in detail with their scope of work, intended scope of work, and costs.
Okay, assembly questions to staff? Okay, if not, then I'll go ahead and open the public hearing for ordinance 24-070. We do have a couple gentlemen, Paul Reed.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the Assembly. My name is Paul Reed, and I'm currently the chair board, or the chair of the board at Ski Talk, the nonprofit ski area in Hatteras Pass. I was an educator in the district for 27 years, where I was a health and physical education teacher, and finished my career as a principal at Palmer High School. In this time, I really feel like I grew to know our valley, grew to know the students of our valley and the families, and what their needs are. In 2023, I joined the board because I really believe that Ski Talk provides a unique opportunity that can change people's lives. That opportunity is learning a lifetime skill. Teaching physical education, you teach a lot of sports that you grow out of and you just don't do later in life. I feel like both, with GPRA and the Alpine Ski Area Development at Hatteras Pass, these are lifetime skills that kids will learn and do the rest of their life. And I think a lot of our board members can testify to that, because we have board members in their 70s and 60s and 50s that all really enjoy the sport. Taking up a lifetime activity, you're going to improve both physical and mental health, and it's something that our youth desperately needs at this time. That's something I certainly learned in my education experience. We're a 100% giving board. Our mission is to open up opportunities for people to improve their life through recreation. So in a vote of support for the transportation bond to include the bus road access to Ski Talk is a proactive investment in our youth. In closing, if you haven't been to Ski Talk as Assembly members, I encourage you to get up there and see the great things that are happening. We have big plans that are on the horizon to expand, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Brad Holmes?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly.
evening.
My name's Brad O's, and my wife and I were drawn to the Matsu Valley 20-plus years ago, largely because of the recreational opportunities that really offered. It's an amazing place. We're outdoor enthusiasts, and we embrace the opportunity that Ski Talk has really provided for the community and its growing. Its growth. I'd like to acknowledge that we have two other board members present, in addition to Paul and I. If they could stand up just to recognize Lucy Pope and Rob Wells. Thank you. Also, I'd like to thank the Assembly for the tremendous support that you have offered this nonprofit in the Valley. Your support has just really helped us tremendously to date. When I came here, this was a talked about thing, and now it's actually a reality, and we're moving into our 5th season. So thank you so much. Professionally, I'm a psychotherapist. I have a practice here in Palmer, and I have a specialty with working with youth of all ages. In my career, I've served thousands of troubled youth that have, in different roles, that have had numerous problems, often because they were simply lacking recreational opportunities before them. That brings me to, I've become a really strong advocate for promoting healthy lifestyles for youth and family living in the Matsu Valley. So first, the bus road provides really Ski Talk essentially to bring the valley's youth up to our local ski area. I see bus access as critical for all the schools and the youth programs to utilize this resource that really sits in our backyard. Access to this population would offer amazing experiences that could expand their personal growth, their self-esteem, and interest in outdoor activities as a meaningful aspect in their lives. If the youth are given positive choices like this, if they don't, they often turn to the street to do drugs and make poor choices. First, we have to have a bus road to get them there. And this would really assist with the youth from schools and other programs within the valley. May I have it a little more time?
Well, maybe 3 seconds. but-
Okay.
As you can see, we have a room full of people here.
Currently,
that haven't had
the
a chance.
parking lot is running at almost full capacity on peak days. And so a bus road and bringing in buses of consumers is going to be really essential for us to move along.
Okay.
Thank you for your time and
Mhm,
consideration.
And thank you for being considerate to the others. Anyone else that would like to testify regarding ordinance 24-070? Do we have anybody? We have 2 people online, okay. Go ahead, the first person online, please. Hello? Okay, the next person online, please.
Hello, this is Cindy Bettini, and I'd like to join those that have spoken in favor of road improvements to Ski Talk. I am from Big Lake. Our Big Lake Community Council voted a number of years ago to support a bus for our Big Lake youth to go to Ski Talk for Saturday skiing. And we also purchased some lift tickets, I think even before the lift was actually running, in support of Ski Talk. Unfortunately, we later found out that there wasn't a road adequate to take care of our ski bus. That money is hanging out there, and we're waiting for the ability for the youth of Big Lake to get to Hatcher Pass to ski. So I would support moving ahead on that. I don't see that in the ordinance. I don't know if I just don't recognize it or if this is something that needs to be amended. But it is very important, I think, that we provide sports for youth that are for individuals. Not every young person is a team sport person or fits into a school program. And I think skiing specifically gives that opportunity to youth to excel. Anyway, thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing what happens.
Is the other person back online, Caleb? Go ahead.
Yes,
Hello?
is it my turn to talk?
If
Hello?
you are talking about road bonds, yes, this is your time to talk.
No. Okay, sorry.
Okay, we'll catch you later here.
You'll have to hit *3 when you hear audience participation, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And Cindy, I would just say to you, I believe there is a proposed amendment, and so, which was not included in the original ordinance, and so you don't need to strain your eyes trying to find it, okay? Anyone else here in the audience that would like to testify on this ordinance? Okay, see no one, I'll close the public hearing. And let's see, Assemblyperson Fauna, do you have the motion, sir?
I move to adopt ordinance 24-070.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Just so the assembly knows and Assembly Member Hill knows and Cindy Bettini knows, Legistar went down when we got Assembly Member Hale's amendment, so we could not get it uploaded.
Okay.
So it is not out on the internet.
Okay, all right. Deputy Marion, did you have a motion?
Yes, I honestly, I thought Mr. Hill was gonna make an amendment, so I was gonna let that happen before I made mine. Or my motion. Does
What-
Mr. Hill want to
Yeah,
move his
what-
I do
amendment?
have an
I
amendment.
thought you were gonna motion to postpone.
I will, but out of respect for Mr. Hill, I'm gonna let him do his amendment tonight and see if
Okay.
it passes, and then
Okay.
I will postpone.
Okay, all right, okay. Assemblyperson Hale, then, go ahead on an amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just let me bring it up here. I move to amend ordinance serial number 24070 and informational memorandum 24130 as follows. To increase the total amount of the bond package by $500,000 for a total amount of $33,820,000 throughout the ordinance in the IM, and to add the following project to the IM and the list of projects in sections 3 and 5 of the ordinance as the fifth project in the list. Construct Ski Talk Bus Access Road. And to amend the IM to read as follows. The first 5 projects listed above are new. These 5 new projects will be placed on the November 5th, 2024 ballot to be approved by voters for 100% bonding at a cost of $13,520,000. 4, to add Construct Ski Talk Bus Access Road as the fifth project on the list in the document prepared by MSD Public Works Department with the same information and diagram as all the other projects, with the description and purpose reading as follows. Description: Construct Ski Talk Bus Access Road to allow for bus accessibility to improve access with the purpose of expanding offerings for recreation to include education and youth competition programs, increased operating hours, improved availability, and decongesting the weekend traffic.
Okay,
And I think several people have spoken to this fairly well. This to me is it's a public road, that North Skeetalk Circle or whatever it's called. It does access public lands owned by DNR and operated by a nonprofit organization. I think it's a good use of our bonding authority, and I would hope that folks would support this.
okay. Is there discussion on the amendment? Is there objection to the amendment? Seeing no objection, then the amendment passes. Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone, the reason being one of our fellow assembly members could not be here to this evening. He's got a couple potential amendments that he would like us to consider, and I think it would be most appropriate to let him speak to those. So with your guys' permission, I'd like to postpone the road package until the next meeting.
Is there objection to the motion to postpone? Seeing no objection, then ordinance 24-070 has been postponed until August 20th. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 24071, an ordinance approving to offer borough-owned Lot 3, Block 1, Mary Bell Lake subdivision property in a competitive land sale with minimum bid amount based on fair market value determination by a broker's opinion of value. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
We have a staff. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Staff report.
Yep, sounds good.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly members. I'm Jillian Morrissey, the Community Development Director, and the IM speaks to the needed historical information for this item tonight. But I would like to add that if this is approved tonight, the Community Development Department would like to include this in our online competitive land sales this fall. Otherwise, I'm just here for questions.
Okay. Is there questions to staff? Okay, seeing, hearing none, thank you. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing then for ordinance 24-071. We do not have a sign-up sheet. Do we have anybody online, Caleb? We do not. Anyone here that would like to testify on this ordinance? Okay, seeing and hearing no one, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and Assemblyperson Benier.
I move to adopt ordinance 24-071.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing no objection, then ordinance 24-071 passes. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 24072, an ordinance authorizing the borough to issue area-wide general obligation bonds in the aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $58,146,600 to finance the acquisition, design, construction, major renovation, and renewal of educational and related capital improvement projects in the borough, and to submit the question of the issuance of such bonds to the qualified voters of the borough at the November 5th, 2024 borough regular election. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
And before we get to the staff report, shall we have a big hallelujah? We're finally here, people. Okay. Okay, go ahead, Mike.
I will be very brief. I don't want to be in between this public hearing. So this charter school package essentially creates or provides the authority for the borough to bond for 3 charter schools, 2 that are currently in leased facilities, and 1 that is an expansion of a 9 through 12 program. The land exists for the 9 through 12 expansion already. That site exists, and the borough's already gone through the school site selection process, and the assembly's already approved land for the other 2 charter schools where they would be constructed. With that said, I will stop.
You stop now. Is there any questions to staff? Okay, seeing none, then I will open the public hearing for ordinance 24-072, and I do have a sign-up sheet, so hopefully these people are all here. Jonathan Repa?
Good
Good evening, Madam Mayor,
Good
Assembly. My name's Jonathan Zeppa, and I just want to speak very quickly in support of this. I moved to the borough when I retired from the military as an officer in the U.S. Army, mostly because of the freedom that I felt the borough provided to be able to determine the path, how I want to raise my children, and the path that I want my life to take. So in recognition of that self-determination, I ask that the Assembly members support this bond package being put before the voters and allowing the voters to make a determination. I could extol, a lot of praise to the charter school. It took 5 tries for me to get my son into the charter school, and then my daughter followed, and they have thrived there. So with that said, I think the expansion will give them an opportunity to stay with the people that they know all the way through high school, and not have to go out to a different school that they're not familiar with in this borough. So yeah, thank you very much for your consideration in that.
Kathleen, you're big?
Hi, my name is Kathleen Yerbich. I'm a teacher at American Charter. Thank you for bringing this up for our school. American Charter is currently in a dilapidated building off the Parks Highway. The building is plagued with some bleak conditions. The heating is on one part of our day, we could be sitting there in coats, and another part of our day, we can be cracking the door to get cool, all in the same day. That's how the heating goes in the whole building. Rodents, this past February was a record-breaking year for our classroom. We caught 12 mice, and school-wide record. Student safety is something that has always been a concern with me. It is not uncommon to find needles, paraphernalia of many drugs. It's not uncommon for me to have to walk my students by people that are sleeping in sleeping bags in the corner of a building. It's not uncommon for me to have to wake up somebody that is passed out and the car is still running. That has happened a couple of times, and it's heart-wrenching. It truly is. That area is getting worse. Sorry to say. But through it all, our school has some of the best test scores in the state, and I attributed that to our charter. We have a unique curriculum, and we have a hardworking staff. So you've seen our architectural plan. We kept it simple to be fiscally responsible. We do, like Mr. Brown said, we do have our parcel of land assigned to us. And I think one day it would just be, it will add academic richness to the Mat-Su community if you build American Charter Academy off Church Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Brett, right here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Manager, Assembly members. My grandson is attending his 5th year at Academy School, and he's entering 7th grade. The benefit of a small school is it provides a highlighted sense of community due to the need for increased participation and involvement. This has a significant impact on the level of community spirit and interaction. This involvement plants a seed of core concept of our democratic culture. See a problem, come up with an idea, get involved, solve the problem. The more involvement and volunteering a school requires, like Academy, from the parents down to the kids on every level, the more involved they get in the concept of citizenship. And as they're teenagers going through the process of the many layers of complexity of socializing and integrating with the community, and the parents are there involved and they're volunteering with their kids and they're saying, this is what citizenship is about. This is your world. This is your involvement. This is your process. And as they go through their teenage years and they're figuring out how they're going to fit in the world and how they're going to be involved, the parents are there with them, going through the process of volunteering and saying, this is what citizenship is like. I had an interesting experience this last summer. I had the benefit of volunteering to maintain the yard for the summer. But at the same time, it involved my grandson. So he's down there going, why do I have to do this? So I had several lessons and opportunities to explain about citizenship, community, and involvement. And then he got a hands-on lesson on what it's like to volunteer with me. But I'm looking forward to the future. The next few years as he goes through, hopefully to 12th grade, volunteering, participating, doing the work of developing the core concepts of citizenship, understanding the complexities of life and how he can fit in and make a difference in his community. The school is just a microcosm of, the real world. And he's going to get it like education is done on a small level so that he can take it to the real world outside of it. But what is it like for a child to have this sense that it's all there in his hands? He can do it.
Sir, I need you to state your name for the record.
Brett Ahern.
Thank you. Okay, Kathleen okay, she's coming. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Susan, I jumped you. I'll come back. You want me to?
You skipped.
No, go
Sorry,
ahead.
I thought you were saying my name.
I did.
Kathleen
But I
Benoit. I'm not sure how you said the last name. You're from the East Coast because they've been knowing.
BNOJT. I didn't.
Okay. My name's Kathleen Benoit. I'm here to speak to you about American Charter and hope that you do pass the ordinance tonight for the funding of the school. Just to kind of piggyback what Ms. Yerbich said earlier, she was my daughter's teacher last year. We came into American Charter for the first time in 5th grade and quickly noticed that she was a year behind in math and geography. But with Ms. Yerbich's great teaching, lots of hard work, she left 4th quarter last year with honors. So that's a testament to the school and to the teachers and to the hard work. I had a lot of jokes about the building and mobile homes. I'll spare you from that. We all heard how bad the building is, but just imagine what these kids could do with proper lighting, proper heating, right-sized classrooms, right-sized play area, and safety. So thank you for hearing us tonight, and I hope that you do strongly consider this bond.
Suzanne McCauley?
Madam Mayor,
Hi.
Mr. Brown, and Assembly members. I'm Susan McCauley, the principal of Birch Tree. I'd first like to ask those in the audience who are affiliated with Birch Tree to please stand. And please note that we have had some attrition with families who needed to get home and get their children to bed. I want to again thank you for your willingness to help Mat-Su Charter Schools address our facility needs. We realize that tonight is just the first step toward getting the bond proposal passed by Mat-Su voters. And we realize that there may be misconceptions in the community about charter schools that hopefully we can address in the next few months. First, that all charter schools in Alaska are public schools. Birch Tree, Academy, and American Charter are public schools and a part of the Matsu School District. Second, that charter schools receive the same funding as all other public schools, but that we have had to support all of our facility costs with no additional funding to do so. For Birch Tree, this is approximately $750,000 a year for a leased building that no longer meets the needs of our students, staff, and families. Third, that we are unable to increase our program or enrollment in our current facility. When Birch Tree conducted our lottery this past spring, we had over 150 students on our wait list. As it stands, we are using every nook and cranny of our facility to accommodate our over 420 students that we're expecting our enrollment this next year to be at 423. A new facility would allow us to increase enrollment and hopefully move many of those students from our wait list to our enrollment. Again, the Birch Tree community greatly appreciates your leadership and support. We look forward to expanding our program to serve more families in the Matsu community. Thank you.
Thanks. There were two people that signed up, Ashley and Corey Esterling, and they put a note that they are in support, but they had to leave. So I just want to put that in the record. Gabrielle Vale.
I am Gabrielle Vale, Academy parent of a couple of kids. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly members. I would like to thank you for your time this evening. I believe that education is the key to a positive future for our children and our community, and Academy Charter School offers that in many ways. My child was a late addition to Academy, and I have seen her growth over the last 6 years. My child is now in advanced classes, something I believe is due to the Academy curriculum and teachers' ability to have a smaller, more individualized and hands-on classes. I have recently become part of a blended family, and we were able to enroll his oldest child into Academy last year. This child has been on a behavioral contract through every grade in a traditional elementary school and was struggling with his schoolwork. With Academy Charter, he is now a B student with no major behavioral concerns. The smaller class sizes and advanced curriculum that Academy offers for the children need to continue into the high school level. This will create a more balanced and educated young adults for this community. This can only be good for their future and ours. We have a third child that is on the waiting list for Academy, which has had no movement in over 2 years. Thus leads me to believe the community sees the positive in the school and the curriculum that has been offered to our children in this community. As a former Matsu Borough School District employee, I have seen the oversized classrooms, lack of parental involvement, and accountability affect our children in negative ways. I have 2 children approaching the high school grades, and I am concerned for their continued growth in their educational future. After being at Academy Charter, going back to a traditional public school might be quite the shock for them and their classmates as they lose their sense of community that they had before. Thank you for your time this evening, and I appreciate you listening to our concerns, not just about my children, but the future of all of our children in this community.
Thank you. Ashley West.
My phone made it. My name is Ashley West. I have the privilege of serving as the chair of the Birch Trees APC, and I'm also a proud mother of 2 Birch Tree graduates and currently have a 5th grader and a 3rd grader at the school. Our family joined Birch Tree community in 2014, and over the past decade, we watched Birch Tree's community grow and flourish in the community, and it's brought outstanding education to our Matsu neighbors. First and foremost, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude for supporting the funding for our new facility that we desperately need. Our school has experienced exponential growth, and we currently lack the space to meet the increasing enrollment demand that we have. We need more room to host school-wide events such as music concerts that we currently pay to rent facilities for our student plays and provide parent education. One of the goals outlined by the APC in our strategic plan is to cultivate a thriving atmosphere of family engagement. A new facility will significantly help us achieve this goal. It will allow us to host our concerts on campus, provide adequate parking for our annual events such as the Fall Fair, May Fair, which are all open to the entire Matsu community, not just Birch Tree. The Birch Tree community is immensely grateful for your leadership, and we stand ready to garner community support for the bond proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Alfrenzo?
Madam Mayor and Assembly, my name is Anthony Alfonso. I moved to the Valley in 2018, kind of against my wishes, and was concerned when I pulled my children, 4 children, out of their school and the community that we had belonged in, Fairbanks. Very small community there, coming down here to the Valley, a much larger community. 2 shining stars emerged from our move down here. One is attendance at St. Michael's Parish here in Palmer, and the second one was that by the grace of God, we were chosen on our first time around in the lottery to attend Birch Tree. All 4 of my children attended Birch Tree, and from kindergarten all the way through, it has become a family. And so speaking from a parent and allowing my children to become part of a community like Birch Tree Elementary, we have not only received education and extracurricular activities, but really have made really close personal friendships here in the Valley that continue to thrive my kids on. So I just really appeal to you all and on behalf of Birch Tree and of the charter schools throughout the Valley, that these are the small communities that are really nurturing our kids, in their hearts and in their relationships. And a new facility, if you would ever care to come join us for one of our music concerts, you would definitely pass this bill like right off the bat as we cram into this tiny little gymnasium to watch these kids play their violins and suffer through that lovely experience. It's really a need that we have an opportunity to address, and so I just really, on behalf of Birch Tree, just appeal to you from my heart to say, give us a hand, help us out, and then let this go before the voters so that we can see if this is something that we can make happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Charlotte Dobson?
Madam Mayor and Assembly members, I'm so proud to be here on behalf of Birch Tree Charter School. I'm a retired educator. I retired in '98 from the Anchorage School District. I went to many, many schools because I was an art person that had to go to all these schools. I worked with the Alaska State Council of the Arts and went to 74 different communities in the state to see all different kinds of schools. I have to tell you, these charter schools are wonderful. And Birch Tree Charter School, my own granddaughter gets to go there, and I get to substitute there. And I just turned 70, and I still love doing it because it's wonderful. Matsu Valley is this is a great place, and we love it. And I just want you to know that we appreciate you coming together to put this on the bond so that we can have a new school for Birch Tree. Thank you.
I need you to state your name for the record, please.
Shayla Dobson.
Thank you. Austin Grimes.
Good evening,
Good
Madam
evening.
Mayor, Borough Manager, and Assembly members. I'm Austin Grimes. I'm a staff member at Academy Charter School and a parent. I'm here today to speak in strong support of Ordinance 24-072, which seeks to place a bond on the ballot for voters this coming November 5th. This bond will fund essential projects for 3 of our public charter schools, Academy K-12 Charter School, Birch Tree Charter School, and American Charter School. As we all know, school choice is a cornerstone of a thriving educational system. It empowers parents to select the best possible education for their children, tailored to their unique needs and aspirations. This bond is not just an investment in these 3 schools, it's an investment in our entire community. Expanding Academy K-12 Charter School is a critical step toward accommodating more students and enhancing the quality of education we provide. The addition will ensure that we can serve students not just in grades K-8, but also through high school, allowing continuity and stability in their educational journey. For Birch Tree Charter School and American Charter School, this bond offers an opportunity to transition out of leased facilities into permanent borough-owned buildings. This move is vital for several reasons. Leases are a drain on resources that could be better spent on educational programs and student support. Moreover, having permanent facilities owned by the borough is a positive move for our community's long-term financial health. It ensures that our tax dollars are being used wisely and that we're investing in infrastructure that will serve our students for generations to come. We live in a time where educational needs are constantly evolving, and it is essential that our facilities keep pace. The bond measure on the November ballot is a chance for our community to come together and make a lasting impact on the educational landscape of our borough. I urge the Assembly to move forward with placing this bond on the ballot. Together, we can ensure that our public charter schools continue to be vibrant, thriving centers of learning, providing our children with the high-quality education they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry, and I don't know if I want to even, yeah. Thank you for bailing me out.
No problem. It is spelled just like it sounds. Assembly members, Madam Mayor, thank you for taking the time to hear me out today. My name is Caleb Posenjack for the record. And I just wanted to strongly support this ordinance and throw my support behind it as well. I have 3 children that currently go to Academy Charter School, and I've seen their growth. It's been amazing. The intensive classes that they have there and the curriculum is by far the best we've seen in the Valley. And we've been through Finger Lakes, John Shaw, Birch Tree, everywhere else. It is amazing at Academy Charter School. I would just like to strongly support this because I believe that not only do I want my children to continue all the way through high school, but I would also like to give the other hundreds of children that are going to have the opportunity to join the high school as well. So thank you for taking the time to hear me out.
Thank you. Cara Kuschel?
Good evening, Mayor, Assembly members. My name is Kara Couchet, and I'm the president of the Academy K-12 Charter School Advisory Board. One of our roles is to represent the voices of students, parents, and prospective parents. I'm here today as one person, one nominated speaker, but I'm speaking on behalf of hundreds of Academy K-12 charter voices. First off, I want to thank you guys for your continued attention and for your work on forging a successful path to get our public schools the facilities they need. Facilities are needed to produce quality citizens. But getting right to the point, the board urges you to support the bond and therefore support the expansion of decades of proven top-tier student results. Certainly concur with everyone else in the audience of all the positive things to say about charters, so I'll kind of skim over that. But if we could solve the facility problems ourselves, we happily would. It's an issue that needs your support, and putting this bond on the ballot will absolutely 100% confirm that this is a supported priority for the community. We currently have a top-performing K-12 school that's only doing grades K through 8 due to lack of a facility. Our public charters were recently ranked top in the nation by a Harvard study. Demand keeps growing. Families want this. The board is continuously bombarded with asks for grades 9 through 12 to finally open. In fact, we conducted a survey. 93% of our families plan to continue Academy K-12 for high school. The board is continuously asked what the holdup is, so I'm here to encourage this bond. We can't fund a facility on a private loan. The bond is a must, and we seek your support. Voters will like that the charters have skin in the game and will partially pay back the bonds. Like you are our advocate and champion, we are yours too. Charter schools, families will and do come out to vote, and we will get the bond approved this fall. Academy alone has several hundred current students, several hundred more on our wait list. We have 28 years of graduates in the community, engineers, teachers, developers, accountants, doctors, so many, many more that will vote yes. Together we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Kalar?
My name is Michael Kaler. In late 2015, early 2016, I was still on active duty. Me and my wife were deciding where we wanted to move to take care of our kids as best we could. We had narrowed it down to 2 cities, Williams, Arizona, and Wasilla, Alaska. I'm going to leave out the fact that my in-laws live in Wasilla. But when I looked through, I found the charter schools up here, and I saw the breadth of educational methods that were available here. And then I found a school that would let my 5th grader throw a javelin. Everybody was required to do music, and we used form drawing to increase the number of synapses in the brain. And that did it for me. I have now had 3 of my 4 children, all 3 that started there, go through Miss Selena's class. I am amazed every day at what my daughters accomplish. For me, the biggest thing to support this is seeing these continued requested need for seats. These seats requests go up every year for charter schools. Why should we, speaking not from a parent point, but why should we as the people of the Valley support this? Because every time we can increase the number of charter school seats, we're thereby also going to decrease the class sizes for all the boundary schools. So therefore, the education for every single student in the Valley goes up. We need to continue to promote that. I would promote that even if I wasn't now a volunteer member of the Birch Tree Parents Guild. I feel so strongly that I put my time into this school through several methods. Thank you.
Thank you. Jake, Libby?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the Assembly, for the record, my name is Jake Libby. I'm an incoming Academy parent. I own 2 businesses in the Mat-Su Valley, and I pay an uncomfortable amount of thousands of dollars in property taxes every year, and I've called Alaska home for my entire life. In my opinion, America and Alaska has begun and continues to shift away from meritocracy, where hard work and self-discipline are the arbiters of success, toward a future where everything is much more equal, much more equally mediocre. It is not talent, but hard work and self-discipline that has propelled me to own my 2 businesses with no debt and pay the property taxes that you all have the pleasure of spending and investing.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Regarding investment, it is a perfect analogy, and consider your own investment portfolios. I bet each one of you have your own private investments and stocks and mutual funds, and the reason you spread out your investments across asset classes is to hedge your bets and protect you from one big dream, and I use that word intentionally, turning into a nightmare and taking your entire portfolio with it. This is the reason mutual funds exist, but make no mistake, somewhere up the line, someone is choosing the companies to own based on past performance. They hope in that mixed bag of companies, a few workhorses carry the day. Remember that. Now, investing in education pays a different kind of dividend, an actual civic and classical education that prepares students for the world and calls parents to account as partners in educational excellence, produces leaders, entrepreneurs, doctors, lawyers, accountants, and the kind of hardworking citizens that happily carry the lion's share of the community's burdens. So it falls to all of you to invest wisely, or in this case, simply put it on the ballot and allow the people to choose to invest wisely. The bond package being considered is being shared between 3 schools, and that's great. Look and listen to the staff and families that came tonight. The hard work, methodology, and culture at Academy Charter School has already been proven and is nationally recognized as the very best, numero uno. That's awesome. And it was the reason why Academy was my family's first choice to educate our son, who, by the grace of God alone, got in the kindergarten lottery. I, however, particularly after several amounts of testimony here, cannot imagine how frustrating it would be for a family whose child had gone through the Academy pipeline to hit 8th grade and then have to be forced into a very different kind of public school experience where, in my experience, excellence is not regarded or rewarded, it stagnates, and it's even now, in many instances, being derided as a consequence of privilege. What would you say to those hardworking students? Like a mutual fund, this bond package spreads the investment around, and that's good because Academy Charter School has already proven they can and will perform. Only 2/7 of this package will pave the way for the hardest working students in the nation to carry on through to post-secondary without having to flounder or fall back to the current, and I'll be generous, experiment in our traditional public schools. Academy and these other charter schools will provide lasting returns and great dividends. Please vote yes and support. Thank you.
Thank you. So that takes care of the people that have signed up, but now anybody, even if you haven't signed up, you're welcome to address the assembly on ordinance 24-072.
Madam Mayor and Assembly, my name is Jackie Goforth. I'm usually here for a completely different reason. But as you know, when I spoke at the Matsu Health Foundation, a lady came up and talked to me and told me all the things that are happening in public school. And I told her that bottom line, parents have the right to raise their children as they see fit. And she said, not if they send them to traditional public school, they don't. So yes, I am here to add my voice to all the parents and students and concerned citizens. Please, make sure this is on the ballot so that the citizens can decide to extend how wonderful these charter schools are. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Caleb, do we have people online? Okay. No, that's fine. Come. I'm just trying to speed things up here since you're walking up here. Go ahead.
My name is Naomi Gordine. Thank you very much for considering this to get put onto the ballot in November. I am currently going to be fifth grade teacher at Birch Tree. I also sit on the APC in the teacher seat. I also coach basketball. I put a lot of time and effort into my class. But I do want to start with the whole reason I ended up at Birch Tree was I was a behavioral health associate within the Valley, and it placed me in different schools within the Valley. So I visited almost every elementary school with a different kid. I got placed with one kiddo that just happened to be at Birch Tree, and I'm not gonna lie, the first couple of days I was there, I was like, I don't understand what's going on. This is super weird. I don't think I want to be here anymore. However, within about 3 to 4 weeks, I was like, this works. And then I became their biggest advocate without even being employed by them or the borough. I was like, I'm gonna do this. Then I went on to go get my bachelor's degree in elementary education after I graduated my own children. And I went through UAA during the time when they decided they did not have accreditation. I packed up my family. We moved to Fairbanks. I finished school up there. I told all of my teachers, my university teachers, that I am going to get a job at Birch Tree. I don't care what it takes. I am going to get it. And they said, good luck. It's a charter school and it's a Waldorf school. Good luck. I applied. I had to do it twice, but I did it. And I got to they allowed me to come and teach with them. I looked at all my university instructors and I said, I told you I was going to do this, and I did it. So that has been my dream. Like, I had no educational background, and somehow I am now going on my 4th year at Birch Tree. It would be a huge bummer for me if this bond did not go through, because Birch Tree was the one and only school in the Matsu Valley that I applied for, and it was the one and only school in the Matsu Valley that I was going to apply for. If this bond doesn't go through, I don't know what's going to happen. I will probably cry, and I will probably knock on your guys' door and be like, it did not go through. I just want you to know how much Birch Tree means to me, and I know other families at charter schools, they love them. It would be a disaster for the borough if this bond did not get put on the ballot. That's what I have to say. Thank you very much. I don't think I said my name, did I? I did. Okay, good. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here that would like to testify? Yes.
My name is Tamala Kyle. I'm a teacher currently at Academy. My granddaughter, when she was in a public school, she was bullied very, very badly, and we were in tears. I called Academy. There was an opening, and she got in. Within 2 weeks, I went back and got my teaching degree so that I could teach at Academy. When I applied, the only job they had was 1 hour. I took it because it got my foot in the door. And then the next year I got half-time, and now I'm a full-time third grade teacher there. And I can't tell you the difference that it made for my children, my grandchildren. The only problem is when my grandson went into regular public schools, all of a sudden he had these big classes. There was a lot of bullying going on. The expectations weren't clear, and he ended up dropping out of school and getting his GED, and that broke my heart. And I think that Academy, if they had a 9th through 12th grade school, it would have been so different for him. I have 2 other grandchildren that went through Academy and have gone on to college, and one's just now starting college. The other one is a mother and got her culinary degree, and it's because Academy gave them the basics to learn how to be academically successful. So please put this on the ballot first.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we do have one person online. Whoever's online, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Nathan Dahl. I'm the head football coach for Colony High School. I'd like to put my support behind all these charter buildings to be done. I have family who went to Birch Tree, and I think it's a great thing. I'd also like to just put out there, I think a lot of the testimony that's been said about investment in our community is very valid. Back 2012, we were able to work to change the fields that we have at the high schools into turf fields, and that was done by bond. And you know, I've spent almost every single day this summer at the football field with my team, being there early in the morning, 5 a.m. in the morning. I'm there to get things set up, and you've got 20, 30 people running on the tracks. As we're having practice throughout the day, there's people walking on the tracks. There's people going over and playing soccer. On Sundays, there's soccer. There's Pop Warner football all the time. And I think that our facilities, not just our charter schools, but the athletic facilities in all of the different high schools are widely used. I think they're good uses for the community. Everybody uses them, and I think that we need to make sure that we invest in those also and make sure that the upkeep, the lifespan on those is correct, because if they start to go in disrepair, it's an expensive thing, and that bill could come pretty quick. So I appreciate the time. I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this, and I hope that potentially we could be a part of that bond.
We don't have anybody else online? Is there anybody else online? Just to be absolutely sure. We're not to audience participation yet, gentlemen, sir, so just wait. Unless you want to talk about schools, then that's fine. We take your testimony, but anyone else here? Again, thank all of you for your patience. And Assemblyperson Fonoff and I had a discussion during the intermission, and we're going to make some proposed further agenda changes to move some things around. The clerk is sort of restricted because she does them numerically, as you probably saw. But we do have the opportunity at the beginning of the meeting to change the agenda. And so, again, like I said, this doesn't help you guys tonight, but I know you all love the community, and so you're happy you're helping somebody else. So one last chance. Okay. Ready, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing then on ordinance 24-072. And Deputy Mayor?
I move to adopt ordinance 24-072, and if I may speak briefly to it.
Yeah, you may.
So back up a couple years ago, Matsu Central, when I moved forward with that school, it was with direct intent of getting rid of wasted leases. I do not believe it's the American dream to rent an apartment for the rest of your life, and I do not believe it's the Matsu Borough's taxpayers' dream to rent old dilapidated facilities for the rest of our lives either. So that project went well. We got through that. Last spring, I started working on this package. I had never met any of the principals at these schools at that point. Started down the road on my own trying to figure this out. I knew last year there was no way I'd bring this forward. I do not believe in putting bonds on ballots with low voter turnout, and you do not get good turnout on odd year elections. So here we are in an even year. I'm really glad that it was delayed. I'm glad we took this extra time. There was a lot of roadblocks to get to this point. I will just leave it at that. It was a difficult process, months and months and months of back and forth negotiations. I believe as soon as these schools are built, that the waiting list will remain just as big. I know families personally who are not applying to get their children into these schools because they feel like there's no chance. I think the waiting list would be substantially larger. This is what fiscal responsibility looks like. This is owning instead of renting. Through the process, I had a very big advocate and quite possibly the most unselfish person I have ever met, and I need to speak to that. Every one of these schools probably wanted to be the one school if there was only going to be one. One of them's principal pulled me aside and said, one of these schools is for sale and the other one is in an old building. So if you can't solve my problem, please solve theirs. And Barbara Gerard, I thank you for that. This was a difficult process. There was a lot of back and forth negotiations lately. We solved the problem. I have structured this in a way similar to Frontier's deal, where these schools at full capacity should cover all of the payment on their own. And I put in a threshold or a ceiling on what they can pay based on. So right now, the way I have it structured is 12.5% of revenue, which is very fair. They can all afford it very comfortably. But what's going to happen probably in the next 24 to 60 months is we're going to see the bond market dip and rates drop. And what I don't want to see is these schools paying 12.5% of the revenue and have that be more than the payment. We are not trying to make money off you. I just want you to pay your own bills. So if that happens, your payment will reduce. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to adopt? Yes, Assemblyperson Veneer, go ahead.
Can we just do it now?
Sure, go ahead. It looks like Steph. So any objection to ordinance 24-072? You have an objection? No. Okay.
I'm gonna have to channel some Bonnie here because this is a really long amendment, so stick with me. I move to amend ordinance serial number 24-072 and informational memorandum number 24-132 as follows. To increase the total amount of the bond package by $15,330,600 for a total amount of $73,477,200 throughout the ordinance and IM, and to insert a whereas clause after the first clause to read, whereas the Mat-Su Borough Assembly recognizes the important need to maintain in good repair our existing school facilities, and to insert two additional whereas clauses just prior to the final two clauses to read, whereas the Mat-Su Borough School District has also supported placing needed capital repair projects on the bond proposition before the voters via Mat-Su Borough School Board Resolution 24-004, and whereas the Mat-Su Borough Assembly recognizes the backlog of capital repair at existing schools and the need to offer safe, accessible, and functional learning environments for students. And, last part, to add the following projects to the IM and the list of projects in sections 3 and 5 of the ordinance. Those projects are energy upgrades, window replacements at Big Lake Elementary and Butte Elementary, Colony Middle School roof replacement, Cottonwood Creek Elementary emergency generator replacement, Cottonwood Creek Elementary boiler replacement, district-wide turf replacement, Palmer High, turf maintenance, Palmer High, Colony High, Wasilla High, and Houston High. District-wide 7 schools bleacher replacements, Palmer High, Palmer Junior Middle, Colony High, Wasilla High, and Wasilla Middle, and if funding is available, Colony Middle and Houston Middle. Finger Lake Elementary emergency generator replacement, Finger Lake Elementary boiler replacement, Palmer Junior Middle emergency generator replacement, Snowshoe Elementary boiler replacement, Sutton Elementary HVAC control upgrades, Talkeetna Elementary boiler replacement, Tenina Elementary emergency generator replacement, Wasilla Middle School boiler replacement, Wasilla Middle School roof replacement. And if I could speak briefly to that.
Go ahead.
First of all, just thank you, everybody. That's so much more fun than talking about trailer parks. And I'm not going to forget school record mice catching and the memories that I have of the beauty of student concert recitals. They are special events. So thank you for that. There's two reasons I'm proposing this amendment. And one of them is we have 19,000 students in the school district. About 75% are not in charter schools or a correspondence school. So we've got a lot of students with a lot of needs and parents who want different choices. Everybody knows I'm a big fan of charter schools. Both my girls went to Academy Charter and Palmer High. So I've experienced both and had great experiences at both of them. So, I mean, I think the community has said we want to have these choices and we want to see our schools that are not charter schools also maintained. And so that's one reason for it. The other is I really want to see this succeed. And I think if people just see a ballot proposition with 3 charter schools and their kids don't go there and you're only 25%, they may not know anything else about the charter schools, and there may be some misconceptions about the charter schools. So I want to see this succeed, and I think a bond proposition with more things that people in other districts can see and others that benefits other schools, the more people you will have that will come out in support of this. So I think it's a bit of a financial stretch for us, and I'm a little uncomfortable with that, but I think you need to make investments at times, and it's going to be up to the voters. So that's my reasons for offering this amendment to add to it, because I want to see this succeed, and I think there's real needs out there, and eventually it will be up to the voters. So I hope the other assembly members can join me in supporting that. I know the list of capital projects is only a portion of the capital projects that are needed throughout the district. So it's just kind of an attempt to keep up on that a little bit. I think the list is over $100 million, and everything always needs repairs. So I think it's on us as the community to keep up on the maintenance, and I think this makes it a better package for passage. So I hope folks will support that.
Assemblyperson Benir, I'll recognize you, but before you start to speak, would you move that we are able to extend our meeting for, 10:30 or midnight, no later midnight? So.
I move to extend the meeting until 10:30.
Okay. Is there any objection to extending the meeting till 10:30? Okay. Then I think you wanted to address the amendment. Go ahead.
I'm a little leery to support this, just for the fact that brings it up to around 75 million. I really want to see these schools get their bond. And I'm afraid by throwing some more stuff at it, it may shoot it down, although I see your point on where parents of public students would be getting some benefit that way. But that's shaky ground for me. Okay, honestly, I really want to see this happen.
Okay. Further, Assemblyperson Yount, go ahead.
This has been debated extensively already, both by our body and the school board. In our society, most people borrow money to buy a home. Most people borrow money to buy an apartment building. I don't know that I've ever heard of anybody going back to, on a new construction one at least, or ones that were built new construction, back to their bank and saying, can I borrow money to remodel it or upkeep it and take care of deferred maintenance that I should have been doing this whole time? This list of over $100 million, I spent 4 hours with district staff and school board members going through that list. It was a list that's generated by the state of Alaska, of which I have no faith in whatsoever to determine what we need. We did come out of it with some very important things. Elevator issues, some boilers that need to be replaced, which, by the way, they're on the next page. And this body even put forth money to take care of those. Yes, we have a few deferred maintenance issues out there, none of which need to be borrowing money for. That is not fiscally responsible at all, in any way, shape, or form. And the school district needs to partner with us to solve that. I am not going to nosedive all of this hard work over something that's already been debated extensively. I wholeheartedly oppose this amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment? Okay, Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
I totally respect that. As you know, somebody's a conservative and wants to see us be smart with our dollars. I think the reality is that we haven't been able to find the money, and if this is on the ballot, nothing precludes the borough from working with the school district to fund it. It just gives the voter approval to say, yes, that's important. So I think while I like the ideal of paying it out of pocket, I also come back to, I want to see this pass. And by having Wasilla and Houston and Big Lake and Butte on there, I think the voters will see the benefit. And then if we want to come back and not go out to borrow that money, we can take a look at what pocket of money we have at the borough to pay for that and what the school district can do. I just know that has been a hard battle in the past, but I think we could, I think we could work with the legislature and get some of that. I don't think we can get maybe the full amount, but I really think without this on there, we're going to end up potentially not having this approved. And that's what I really don't want to see by the voters. I'm not talking about us.
So I believe we have an objection to the amendment, so are we ready to go ahead and vote? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Assemblyperson
So I
Fauna.
actually have the list that you propose in front of me. It's quite big, and some of the items a lot bigger than the others. I'm sure there's maybe a few things that, I'd be willing to support, but I think we can't mix one with the other, and I believe that charter school would do their job to inform the public and encourage them to vote to support there. And if it's a good thing, it should stand on its own merit. We did invest in our regular budget some of the very urgent, I think it was up to close to $2 million in some of the in our regular budget to attack some of these issues. So, but there was some discussions even about some bleachers that replacement, and I think they're on here. And from what I remember, somebody actually went and they said, no, that you don't need to spend like, what is it, $2.5 million to replace the bleachers when, maybe basic repairs and that kind of stuff could be done. So I'm also I would be willing to go through that list, but as a whole list, I would not want it, I wouldn't be able to support that.
Okay. So there is objection to the amendment, then, Madam Clerk, I think we're ready to vote.
Members in the room could go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it failed with Assemblymember Hale and Nowers in support.
Okay. So now we have before us ordinance 24-072 as presented. Ready to vote? Any objection to the passing of ordinance 24-072? Yes, Assemblyperson Fauna.
If this passes as is, if there's if we, between now and the election or the deadline, if we wanted to make any changes to this one, are we still able to address that? Or once this passes, we cannot do anything to add, perhaps if there was like let's say $1 million or a few small items that we needed to add into this project? Can somebody clarify that?
The clerk can give you the deadline.
From to Assemblymember Fauna through the mayor, if it passes tonight, you'd have to file a motion to amend something previously adopted, which would need to be done by Friday. However, if you postpone it till 8/20, you have until 8/20. But definitely a motion to amend something previously adopted would have to be filed by Friday to get it back on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Question.
Yes, go ahead.
So we could pass this tonight and say we're moving forward with it, but maybe to your point, we could, if there's other projects on here that maybe not the full 15 million, but some others to add to help spread the benefits across the borough, we could do that by amend something previously adopted and bring it back at the next meeting and still beat the deadline for getting everything on the ballot.
Correct. Everything needs to be adopted by August 30th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then I'd be in favor to open to discuss some of these smaller items, and but I'm ready to move on this as is.
Okay. So is there any objection to ordinance 24-072? Do not see any objection, so the legislation passes. Okay, the next item on our agenda is audience participation. First person up is Karen, but I think she's left, right? So Jackie, audience participation.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly. My name is Jackie Goforth. And as you know, I constantly speak about what is happening in our libraries. I want you to know that what you are looking at is the strategically creating space for the LGBTQ plus community action plan from the American Library Association. It's called Queering the Library. The next page, you will see that it was actually done. It is actually an actual real program that they put through starting in 2022, and that is I think it's Pennsylvania Library Association 2022 meeting. And in the next page, you will find out from Fox News that the president of the American Library Association says that the libraries are a space based on ideology that centers notions of queerness and difference rather than of democracy and citizenship. This is the leadership of the American Library Association. Now, I want you to know that the nonprofits that are attached to your libraries are led by the American Library Association. They are the ones putting these books into the libraries. I know that because I have the Form 990s from the Friends of the Palmer Public Library that says so. With all their donations, they use them to donate books and to do school program or children's programs. Now, I want you to know that they had a donation session over at the Palmer Train Depot, and I was there. I'm featured all over Facebook. I was there and I passed out, there were little handouts to parents to show them what their money's been going to. And in it was a page from one of the books that they bought and put into the library. Let's talk about it. That's the book name, okay? And I told them, this is what your money is going to. And you would not believe how many people say I was passing out pornography and how horrible it is and how awful I am and what a demon I am. And all I wanted to do was get arrested. I was trying to get arrested so that I could actually get this into court, that book is obscene, as are most of the books that I have challenged, and that no one will address it. So they won't address it in the policy. The borough is, but Palmer isn't. So since they decided to run a campaign last year under a different name, see, their name is Palmer Public Library, Friends of Palmer Public Library. They ran a campaign as Friends of Palmer Library. That's illegal. That's like Salvation Army running a campaign as Quaker Oats. And then they failed to do anything on APOC. So in other words, they don't have any list anywhere on who their donors are, how much money there was. This is the epitome of money laundering. So don't be surprised to read about case number 24-02-CD, Jacqueline Goforth versus the Palmer Friends of the Palmer Public Library for campaign disclosure violations. And don't be surprised that there's a huge report on it right now. Thank you so much for your time.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else that would like to address? Hi, come on.
Hi, my name's Tom Robertson. I was here 2 months ago asking the borough for a fire hydrant to be put in the alongside the Glen Highway at mile 37 where it's under construction. And there's a water main that goes under the highway. Since then, nothing's really been done. Come to find out there really is a hydrant. You can't see it, so nobody will use it. So now I'm asking for an emergency fill station for fire trucks that they can pull off the highway safely, probably 150 feet wide by 150 feet deep. So 2 trucks can get in there, fill up and go and get out of the way. I'd like to see that. I can't scream this loud enough. I want it so firemen don't get killed along the highway. When I was with the Chugach Fire Department, we couldn't even send an ambulance out by itself to be parked alongside the highway because people would run into the back of the ambulance. It's lights, flashing lights, fluorescent colors, and still people would go in. So we had to start running a tanker truck, had to follow the ambulance and park behind. Here's the ambulance, park behind it so people would smack into the fire truck instead of tearing up the hydrant and killing somebody. And so when I was with the Nikiski Fire Department, we did have a fireman hit by a car. He wasn't killed, but he had to be medically retired out and lost his career and everything else. So I'm just asking for a fire emergency fill station to be built alongside of the highway. 2 fire trucks can pull in, fill up, and go. I can't scream this loud enough. The trucks need to get off the highway because as the roads improve, the speed limits are going to improve. They're going to be more and more faster. They're going to be actually more and more dangerous in some respect because people are going to be going faster. So therefore, be that as it may, the chance of fatality is even going to be higher. Again, I'm asked for emergency fill station to be built alongside the highway, probably 150 feet wide, 150 feet deep, where 2 fire trucks can go fill up with water and go. I don't have any other specifics. I was hoping the borough emergency manager would pick up the ball after I was here 2 months ago, but that didn't happen. And it's the same thing as happened when I was trying here several years ago to try to get emergency fill station from the swimming pool. When they were building up the swimming pools, we did it. It was already dug up. All they had to do is put in I'll call it a hydrant, and they didn't do it. They could have. It was already dug up. All you had to do was lay down the pipe before they poured concrete, and it was that simple, but that didn't get done either. So I want your help, a letter of support from you for this to the state and to the city of Palmer requesting emergency fill station for 2 fire trucks. I can't scream it loud enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to address the assembly under audience participation? Can be on any subject. Okay, do we have anybody on? We do not have anybody online. Okay, so I'll go ahead and close audience participation. The next item on our, oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm sorry. Is it finally my turn
that's
to
right.
talk?
We forgot our gentleman. My apologies, sir. Sorry. Yes, this is the time. Go.
Okay. Well, my concern is that we've here in Willow, we have a trail that went back to the Capitol where they were going to put the Capitol, and we have 50 or so families that go down that trail to hunt and to live off of. And in the winter, they have snow machines. And in fact, Willow has spent $1 million to come through there and do a winter trail. And they have now someone has moved into the trail. It's the Capitol Trail off of Fishhook Road. And they have blocked our trail from getting back in there to hunt. And there's several of us that won't have a place to go, and it is public land. And he's saying he's not letting anybody go through, and we don't want to fight, but we know that we're right because this is a trail that was made by the military to go back to the Nike site. And the state, and it's on the map, and it goes right to the end of the road. And now we have somebody that has bought property with that trail going across it, and they think that they can block us from going through. And he's put up a big piece of pipe fence to keep us from coming through there. And there's a lot of us that are upset. And we have over 100 signatures right now.
Okay, sir, can I have your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name's Kenneth Carter.
Okay,
And I've been going back there for almost 40 years now.
all right.
And now all of a sudden that we're going to be blocked out because someone bought the property and they knew the trail was there, but they're not recognizing that that's public land behind there.
Okay. This is a public record, and so a lot of people might be listening, but if you would want to share your phone number, we have staff here taking notes so they could get in touch with
Okay.
you and find out. And if you feel
Okay.
uncomfortable with that, call me tomorrow.
I don't.
Okay.
I do not. My phone number is 907-315-9135. And my name's Kenneth Carter. I've been there a lot of years, and we have lived off that trail. I
Okay.
mean, with birds, we've snow machined, we've four-wheelered, and we've been there for a long, long time for them to take it away from us.
Okay. Well, we appreciate your patience tonight, sir, as well as your input. I see at least 2 staff people, plus even the newspaper, taking some information. So we will be sure and be following up with you, okay?
Well, we appreciate your time, and I appreciate all of you. I just don't know how else to deal with it because I'm getting an old guy, and I know where to go, and I won't know where to go after this.
Right,
So,
yeah. And you've come to the right place.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Yeah.
for your time.
Yep, thank you for bringing it to our attention. That's the way we find out what's going on in the borough. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, because that is a trail that they put in for the bomb site to protect it. So it's a trail that's been there since 1942.
Wow, okay. Alrighty. Okay, thank you, sir. So Caleb, we don't have anybody else online? Okay. Do we have anybody else here that hasn't testified that want to testify under audience participation? Okay, seeing no one, then I'll close audience participation. The next item is the consent agenda. Are there any items that the assembly would like to pull? Okay, seeing and hearing none, then Madam Clerk.
Resolution 24067, a resolution reactivating the South Lakes Community Council. Resolution 24073, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the Wasilla Pool Drainage Repair and Backwash Pit. Resolution 24074, a resolution amending the scope of work and project title for Palmer High School boiler replacement to Susitna Valley Junior Senior High School boiler replacement. Resolution 24076, a resolution amending the scope of work for the Wasilla High School boiler replacement to remove and replace or repair with like boiler replacements. AM 24082, awarded bid number 258B to Western Construction and Equipment in the amount of $695,618 for Tate Drive resurfacing. AM 24083, approval of change order number 4 to contract 2431B with Scarcella Brothers to add $298,138 for the mass grading for Central Landfill Grading Project. AM 24084, approval of change order number 6 to contract 246B with Western Marine Construction to add $238,670 to repair additional splice welds on the north end of the deep draft dock for the construction of Port McKenzie Improvement Project. AM 24085, awarded bid number 24157B to Orion Construction in the contract amount of $867,256.99 to construct interior improvements to the animal care facility. AM 24086, authorizing the borough to provide the Big Lake Lions Recreation Center $20,000 from the Assembly Reserve to assist with operating costs.
Deputy Mayor Benier, would you move, please?
I move the consent agenda as read and into the record by the clerk.
Okay, is there any objection? Okay, hearing none, then the consent agenda has been approved. There's no unfinished business, there are no vetoes. And now we're ready for introductions, Madam Clerk.
Introduction for public hearing on August 20th, ordinance 24075, ordinance 24076 with accompanying resolution 2470, ordinance 24078 with accompanying resolution 24072.
Deputy Mayor Bernard, would you move the introductions, please?
I move to introduce the legislation as read into the record by the clerk and set public hearings for August 20th, 2024.
Is there any objection, discussion? Hearing none, the legislation has been introduced. Deputy Mayor, would you move the vacancy report, please?
I move to confirm the mayor's recommendation as follows. Local Emergency Planning Committee, Andrew Gorn, resignation of Michael Gavarte, Wendy Kohlberg.
Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, and the agency report, vacancy report, excuse me, is approved. There is no other new business. There are no referrals. There are no reconsiderations. We now to assembly and staff closing remarks. Assembly Person Hale, do you have closing remarks?
No comment, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much.
Mr. Attorney, closing remarks? No. Assemblyperson McKee, closing remarks? No. Deputy Mayor, closing remarks?
I want to thank everybody for coming out. And I want to thank the Lord. We acknowledge your awesome power, Lord. We ask for forgiveness.
He doesn't have his mic on. He doesn't have his mic.
Oh, Deputy Mayor, would you turn your mic? Yeah, thank you.
Dear Lord, we acknowledge your awesome power. We ask for your forgiveness. Thank you for your love and grace. Please give us the wisdom and patience to love our neighbors. We pray that you keep the hearts and the lives of our first responders safe. Please bless our veterans, military, and leaders. Please heal the sick, the broken, and the addicted. May we all be examples of the goodness of your love. May we reflect your love and be the light into the darkness. Please bless the borough. Please give us the ears to hear, eyes to see, and hearts to show your love. Please fill our valley with your spirit. In Jesus' name, amen.
Assemblyperson Nowers, parting comments?
Yeah, thank you for the folks who came tonight and stuck it out till the very end. You can tell perhaps that I'm very passionate about the public process, and I feel there's a compact with our residents out here that we have a lot of freedom. We don't have zoning, but when it comes to things that go in next to your house, your biggest investment, you deserve a seat at the table. And even though we might get a little extra passionate about it at this table, I also recognize that there are people who are going through much more personal, intense things. And, you know, I'm thinking about the family of the missing man in Hatcher Pass right now and trying to find him. He was found. Okay, thanks for the good news. And also thinking about the folks in Juneau who had some extreme flooding. So I like to keep it all in perspective. And I hope folks will, you know, take it that we get passionate up here, but it's about the issues. It's not personal. And I just want to say, with the removal of the mobile home permit, so we don't have a public hearing, and everybody else being on board with a ban on mobile home parks, I will be bringing legislation to explicitly say we're banning mobile home parks, because I don't want to rely on some definition in some other permit as the block. So look for that in the near future. I'll work with the attorney and anybody else on staff and bring that forward to just explicitly say what we were trying to accomplish tonight.
Mr. Manager, parting comments?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick update. DOT did respond on the Seward Meridian. So they did reach out to the School District Transportation Department, Durham, which is the busing company. They spoke to the principal of Front Terrace and will be reaching out to the principals of Teelan and Career Tech tomorrow. So they are going direct with engagement. And I talked to Ms. Gardner, and they will also have a discussion about messaging to parents from the schools in advance of the school start up that corridor. He went on to say traffic north of Bogard will be on gravel for the beginning of the school year. But they should be paving from Front Terrace to Selden by mid-September. They won't have the section complete, but their goal is to have 4 lanes open to traffic in this area by October, which would be a remarkable improvement. And then there will be 2 lanes of traffic when school starts during drop-off and pickup period. And then they will also have temporary lighting installed near Teelan Middle School before winter shutdown of the project. They're going to get us a better update, and we'll put together a Facebook post that will go out on social media probably by the end of this week, just for the community at large to provide an update. And as you may have noticed in the consent agenda, you just approved a contract to resurface Tate Drive, which is a cut through. So I would expect the next month or so to be a little rough in that section, but it will be much improved here in the next couple of months, I think, even although the project's not going to be complete. So just keep that in mind, and that may help you as you get questions or hear comments from constituents. That's all, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Madam Clerk, parting comments? No, okay. Deputy Mayor Yon, parting comments, sir?
Drive safe.
Assemblyperson Fauna, parting comments? Nope. Okay. So with that, we will adjourn at 10:22.
Time did I tell you?
Yeah, you said 10:30. You're right on, sir.
You will now be disconnected.